Got the number one pick in the NHL draft, but the men that can't seem to stump. Do something dumb, that's an observation. CLT make them need to run. Cut them every trash, CMT for short. Wonder if we best once you peep the score. Up at the crack of dawn, top stories of the morning. While you're yawning, grab your coffee, rise and shine with 8:80 a.m. This is Drop Time. We provide highlights from your favorite teams. Got Dave and Rick making plenty of picks. It's Rule 76.
All righty. We have made it to the end of the week. A jam-packed, busy Friday program, 24th day of July, 2026. It is DNR here on ESPN New York. Dan Grassa, Rick DiPietro at 800-919-3776. That is the telephone number. We've got Harvey, he of many cats. We've got Ray Santiago. It is Friday, which means it is roast day. The Giant rookies have reported to training camp, Rick. Oh, you can feel the excitement in the air. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Daniel. It's Friday. We made it, buddy. We did it.
We made it. Got all the way through.
It. Yeah, we did it. I didn't know how we were going to do it, but we made it. Lots to talk about. You know, big sports night last night, so lots to talk about today.
Huge. I mean, did you see that CFL game last night? Oh, my gosh. Ray, who played, you say?
It was Edmonton.
Oh.
They play against themselves?
They're called the Elks now.
The Edmonton Elks.
But who did they play?
It's a hot
Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Oh, okay. Edmonton and Saskatchewan. Yeah, I missed that one. Full disclosure, missed it. I had a hell of a day yesterday.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
So, tapped out, I don't know, as soon as I got home, I was like, I need the nap. Like, it was just, beating you down, need the nap. What happens when I wake up from the nap, or what wakes me up from the nap? This pain in my head. Dude, came down with like a migraine after the nap yesterday.
Oh, no.
Oh, it was crippling for much of the afternoon. Brutal. Off. Not what you want. It's a nice day. You want to get outside. Maybe you want to just enjoy the vitamin D that you have at your exposure. Nope. Headache. Done.
Who doesn't want to enjoy the D on a Thursday? I mean, maybe it's some of the ramifications from the intense burn you gave yourself in Turks.
This was nothing compared to that. You know that. But, yeah, I mean, you can enjoy it on a Friday, too, right? Nothing says you can't.
No, I mean, listen, migraine's no joke. I don't know if just maybe I start connecting dots, or as Dave would like to say, connecting tea leaves, that this has something to do with the damage you did to yourself.
No, I think we're far enough removed from that, don't you? I mean, we're what, 3-4 days?
I mean, the way you described the one half of your body, hey, Dan, how's your chest look? Like Iron Man. That's what you said. Right. I mean, that's no good.
We've healed now. We've stabilized.
I got two co-hosts that have no idea how to protect themselves against the sun. None. Dave did the same thing. What happened to your face,
hats,
Dave?
my guy.
Yeah. What happened to your face, Dave? You look like a piece of bacon. Oh, I was watching baseball with no hat on for 8 hours. Go. That's a good way to do it.
I have a sunburn, and it's wonderful.
Crispy bacon, or like that rubbery, raw, like nasty bacon?
No, crispy, like Magda. Remember Magda?
Yes. Something about Mary.
Right. They would go tan her face specifically. That's what Dave looked like.
Right.
See, traumatized me.
Fan.
Yeah,
it
that's what he looked like.
Traumatized you?
Yeah, Raymond and I won't. We take lots of protection to the face, hats. No one wanted to look like that. Am I wrong, Raymond?
Who wants to look like that?
Nobody
wanted
to look like that except George Hamilton. He looked like George Hamilton. That's who he looked like.
Yeah, George Hamilton took it to an extreme. It became a lifestyle, huh?
Yeah, that was his thing.
Is he still with us, by the way?
I don't know. What do I look like? An old person that checks the obituaries? I don't know if George is still around.
Ray, do we have any confirmation on that one?
I don't focus on death,
he's still with us.
Dan.
Congrats. 86. Now, do you go tanning when you're 86?
Yeah, of course. It's your lifestyle. You said, like you just said, that's who you are now.
Yeah, but when you get to that stage, though, don't you have to make a few concessions if you want to keep pushing it down the road a little bit further?
I don't think so. I think you've established an identity, and that's how that's who you are.
Nice. How'd the games go yesterday? How'd your games go yesterday?
Big win.
Good win?
Yeah, big win. It was nice. Yeah, boys started off a little slow. Wasn't happy with the focus early, especially my guy Billy. Told him I'd throw him a shutout today. Great day at the plate. Hey, Billy, just so you know, he's at second base. There's no outs. Billy, there's no outs. No force. Don't run into an out. Guy hits the ball to center. Guy hits the ball to center field. Where does Billy go? Right to third base. Double play. Thanks for coming. So what are you doing, Bill? I thought there were 2 outs. So what do you mean you thought there were 2 outs? I just told you there were no outs.
How old are the kids again?
This is 12U.
12U.
Yeah, I could have swore you said 2.
Even at 12U, I would like to think that you don't live in the inner city, so they have it in some way, shape, or form. They probably have some sort of a functioning scoreboard that tells you the outs and all that stuff.
No.
No scoreboard.
No. What do you think this is? No.
Where do you play these games?
All over the place, but these aren't. There's not great facilities everywhere.
Yeah, but don't they have any sort of a scoreboard to tell you at least the score and the outs?
Game Changer. No, My Mouth and Game Changer. That's it. Game
all you
Changer will
got.
tell you the score. I'll tell you how many outs. That's it.
So what at bat was what Billy was? What batter of the inning? Do you remember? Was he the leadoff hitter and he got at second base?
He led the inning off. No, he did not leave the No, he actually hit. I think he had a 2-run. I think he had a 2-run double. So he was the third up in the inning.
Okay. So he cleared the bags.
Double. 2-run double. Was pumped that he had a 2-run double. I don't know how it was, but we had 1 out. Maybe he was the 4th up. He batted 4th. Maybe we started. Yeah. So it was 1. He was 4. We were back to the top. I think first guy grounded out. Next 2 got on. 2-run double. So he said at second, 1 out.
So he was just so locked in on the job that he had to do to clear the bags, get those runners home.
Yep.
Right? Add to your run total that he just completely whiffed on the number of outs because he was just so in lockstep mode at the plate.
No, he wasn't at the plate. He was on second base already.
No, but I'm just saying. He didn't. He obviously forgot how many outs there were because his job when he got up there was to hit the ball.
But that's what I said to him. But how? I just told you. You're already on second base. I didn't tell you. I'm not saying I told you when you were up that there was 1 out. I told you once you got to second base that there was 1 out.
Because everything, like when you have this incredible moment, you've had them probably on the ice, right? You have made these incredible moments and you just black out afterwards. You just don't even know what happened. It's and then everything else, I just can't even remember what happened. That was Billy.
Maybe. But I told him I would shut him out today. And he goes off for the hitting. I was like, no, not the hitting. Hitting is good. Base running. We're going to bring up the base running today, buddy.
Ray, don't you think this team needs a mental gymnastics coach or something like that in addition to the baseball instructions?
Yeah, they've got a dedicated practice, not to the physical aspects, base running and stuff like that, but really to paying attention and mental focus. Because how does that happen?
That's a
you
great
can't
question.
Keep forgetting how many outs there are. It's unacceptable.
Especially when you were told just seconds prior.
Yeah,
I thought you had 2. How does no out sound like 2? How does that happen?
It's a good question.
Oh God!
Right? How do you get none and 2 confused?
Yeah.
Bill, no outs.
0 outs.
Well, you said there was 1, right? But you told them there were none.
I think you were. I think it was 1 out. No, maybe there was 0 outs. I don't know. It was 1 or 0. I think it might have been 0 outs because I was like, how does 0 sound like 2? And then the next one, we were out of the inning. It took us out of a bigger inning, but still.
Now, do you think this is something you have to bring up with the parents? I think he's lacking concentration.
No.
Is everything okay at home? That type of stuff.
No, he's the best. He's the best. And his mother's like, she says to me after the game, she's like, "Oh, thank God, Big Bill wasn't here tonight." I was like, don't worry about it. You'll hear it tomorrow. If he doesn't hear it tonight, he'll hear it tomorrow morning.
Is this routine? Does this happen regularly, though? People forgetting how many outs there are?
No, I think it's just, I think it's part of the age, too. It's just the focus tends to go in and out occasionally.
I got you.
I'm playing a lot of baseball.
I got you. Well, at least you guys won. You were able to overcome the mental gaffes. See, teams like the Mets don't overcome those.
No.
Forget about fundamentals. That cost them, and that's why they're, 17 under 500?
We're a resilient bunch, Daniel. We're a resilient bunch. Swung the bats well last night.
Be nice to have a resilient bunch on the professional level, but they have that in the Bronx a little bit, not so much in Queens. They're back at it tonight. Dodgers had a stopover in D.C. yesterday as the defending champions to go to the White House before they come up and beat up on the Mets this weekend. And the Yankees down the turnpike in Philadelphia. We'll get into that a little bit later on. All the trade rumors that are blowing around out there for both teams, and we'll see which ones actually have any sort of credence whatsoever. But you know what? I was thinking today, it's Friday, right? We put in the time this week. Good long week. We've done a lot of baseball. Teams were off yesterday. Why don't we kick things off today with a little football, right?
Oh, I love that.
People love. I read somewhere people love football. I'll tell you what. You know what I actually watched last night? because we didn't have any games in the Edmonton and Saskatchewan game.
That's right.
It wasn't doing it for me.
You watched the quarterback.
So, no, kind of. I finally got around. This is how many years later. Finally got around. Watched part 1 of the Aaron Rodgers Netflix thing.
You finally just watched that?
Finally watched it.
Wow.
Couldn't bring himself to do it before.
Yeah, it was too. I mean, it was literally I'm too close to the situation. It's like I don't want to relive all that stuff.
And yet you read the
fun.
U.S. soccer. And yet you read the U.S. soccer book immediately on vacation.
Have not picked up the U.S. soccer book, by the way, since I got back.
I see you're phony. That's what you are. You're a phony. You're an on vacation reader. You're not a real reader. You're like the people that don't go to the gym, but
when we get home, they'll have some penalties.
You're like the person that doesn't work out ever, but then gets to a hotel on vacation, and the first thing they want to do is go in the gym.
So you're comparing exercise to reading?
No, I'm comparing you don't normally read. You decided, You know what? I'm going to dabble with this soccer book. This is a great book. I love this book.
Generally speaking, the reading I do is work related. I mean, we got to stay up to date on all the stuff that we got to focus on with the shows.
Yesterday was perfect. If you love the book so much, I mean, I would just assume, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm an idiot. If I love the book and about 1932, blah, 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 I would think yesterday would be the perfect day to pick it up as opposed to go back to a documentary that was made how many years ago?
It was about 3 years ago.
Right.
That's right.
I mean, it leaves me wondering, how much did you really like the book?
I love the book. I'm gonna go get the book later, and I'm gonna show it on the YouTube stream here in a little bit here. Just give
honey,
pop.
Did you know that the only reason that we made it in 1932 was because there was 13 teams?
By the way, did you use any of that information with you to your baseball team? Did you go and try to enlighten the youth, sharpen their minds?
I'm trying to motivate the kids. That's what I'm trying to do.
You're doing a great job. They don't even remember how many outs there are. 5 seconds after get a base hit.
Dude, we scored 14 runs.
You scored 14 runs. Who'd you play? The Mets?
I mean, one mistake. I mean, one gaffe. What do you want me to tell you? Happens.
That's unacceptable.
Don't try to deflect this onto me because you know I'm right. All you did was talk about the stupid book and how much you liked it. There's no baseball. You take a beautiful nap, and what you choose to do at the time is, I'm going to watch the Aaron Rodgers documentary.
A beautiful nap that is woken up prematurely because of a migraine is not a beautiful nap. Sorry.
Some nice reading would have helped.
Yeah, that's just what you want to do. You can't even open your eyes. Let's read.
The chapter on Clint Dempsey. What I got you turned right around.
Sorry, I didn't order the Braille version. You need your eyes to read.
There we go. I'm just telling you, it's a bad look for you.
I don't think it's a bad look.
In your reading.
How about this? I'm going to make you a promise. You know who you sound like? You sound like my wife, by the way. You really do.
You
nag
she's
like
a terrific
my wife.
She's a terrific
That's what
woman.
You sound like.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Because your wife has lived with a person that when you make a mistake, you get tortured for it. Oh, sorry, honey, I hit the ginger ale into your lap, and you torture the poor woman for the entire vacation, I bet.
No, it wasn't the entire vacation.
It was at least.
I'm going to make a promise to you.
My pants are all
you can lock this in. You could write this down. And Harvey could even hold me accountable, too, because he's just as invested in the soccer as I am. That book will be read by the end of the summer. It'll be completed.
Oh, there's a declaration.
Come on. You act like it's war and peace.
It's a commitment.
It's a
commitment. I think it's like 350 plus or something like that.
It's unbelievable.
How much free time do I have?
Yesterday. You have no kids.
I just told you. I had a massive headache. I'm not going to say, what's the best way? You see these commercials for Advil, Excedrin, whatever it is. You don't see the guys at the library pouring through volumes of encyclopedias to help it go away. I'm not going to read.
Maybe do something that you love that takes your mind off the migraine.
Something that you love. Raymond,
love this book.
Mark it down. The book will be completed by the end of the summer. Thank you.
It sounds a lot like Ray. It sounds a lot like someone else we know. Oh, this Coach K book. I can't wait to read it. Where's your Coach K book? I'd say I haven't touched it.
Oh, there's a comp.
Yeah, haven't touched it.
And here we go.
So we had a kid tell me the Coach K book didn't fly.
We had a kid that went to BU, and this was like one of the famous stories going around BU. Was like Coach Parker was serious about like, hey, fellas, you're student athletes. Like, I just so you know, like, let's get this clear. I will know at all times how you're doing in school. Like classes that you go to, classes that you don't go to. I will know exactly how things are going. So I guess at one point on the bus, he said to one of the guys, "Hey, got a report from one of your teachers that you haven't read this book. Where's the book?" Oh, funny that you ask. It's actually holding up my bed.
What kind of facilities do you have at that rinky-dink PU?
That's why I didn't read it. Also, the same player who, when he turned pro, was pulled over, and the cop asked him about his speeding because he gets pulled over for speeding.
Yeah.
And he what do you call the tickets that are overdue? Like, do you have any
unpaid tickets?
No, not unpaid.
Expired?
Oh, no.
No, ticket can't expire.
Not expired.
Past due?
No, it's another word.
I know what you're getting.
You know
at.
exactly what I'm saying.
I can't remember the word for it.
Oh man, tell the story. I forget the word.
Oh,
I forget the word.
Anyway, so he had tickets that were past the day.
No, he didn't. But they wanted to make sure, like, hey, we're pulling you over, and like you were speeding. We want to make sure before we run your license. Do you have any tickets that are? God, why can't I think of the word?
That's all right. It's
such a good story. And the point of the story was, he's like, no, but I got some really
outstanding
good
or delinquent.
Yeah, outstanding. Do you have any outstanding speeding tickets? And he thought he meant like great ones. And he's like, no, but I got some pretty good ones. The guy's like, no, you idiot.
That's great.
That's a great.
No, I got some pretty good ones.
That's worth the payoff.
Yeah.
He made it to the NHL. This guy.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
And the cop was like, this guy. How can I even give this guy a ticket? He's just not. He's just not mentally right.
You got to give me the name. You don't have to say it on the air. Tell me
I'll tell you later. Yeah.
Oh, that is so good. So good. All right. Like I said, we come back. We're going to get this thing started with a little football news. And you know what? If you're a Giant fan, news a little bit sunnier, I would think, today, as he gets set to embark on some training camp here in just a couple of days involving one of your most important players for the upcoming season. It is Friday, which means we're going to have the roast a little bit later on this morning. We'll have the stuff you missed. And Raymond has his jam-packed edition of Plays of the Week, all coming up a little bit later on today. It is D&R, Dan and Rick, here on ESPN New York. All right, Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York, on this Friday at 800-919-3776. See, Rick, here you go. Little pop to my guy.
Long game.
Long game. Leander, what do we say, Ray?
I like when you say it. No,
I don't remember his name. I need to read it.
You do it again.
Sherlakens.
You got it.
It's not how you pronounce it the first time.
There you go. Long game.
Yeah, it is not how you pronounce it the first time. But we'll take it.
Ray, why does this camera look like he's?
I was going to try to message him that your camera's really off center right now.
You could have told me.
I thought you saw.
Yeah, you got to move that way. Keep going.
Keep going.
What shirt are you wearing? Is that a U.S. Open shirt?
That's a U.S. Open shirt. That's right. Yeah. Remember, I have an obligation as somebody who's the superior American on the program that I have to have all American-related things.
I'm a big tennis guy.
Huge. Hey, I hear the U.S. Open's coming up pretty soon.
It is. It is coming up pretty soon. That's exciting stuff right there.
I know Dave's looking forward to it.
We're all looking forward to it. It's a big-time event. That's a good one to go check out, too.
Why wouldn't you? Of course.
Well, just because
hopefully we get a chance to.
Else, but I would highly recommend it.
Very nice. So the Giants get some good news yesterday, and if you don't know what we're talking about as far as the good news, let us hear from a friend of ours. He goes by the name of Jordan Renan. He covers the Giants for ESPN, and he had this information to contribute to ESPN.
The Giants placed 3 players on the physically unable to perform list entering training camp. None were star receiver Malik Nabers. This is massive news for Nabers and the team. Nabers tore his ACL in week 4 of last season. It's been a difficult rehab, and he had a second procedure earlier this year. There was some question whether Nabers would be ready for week 1 against the Dallas Cowboys. This doesn't necessarily answer that question, but it does give Nabers a better chance to be ready for that opener. Nabers can now work with coaches, get out on the field, even do individual drills early in training camp. Overall, it's a step in the right direction. A huge one for the Giants, who report to training camp on Tuesday and then head to West Virginia.
I think this is huge, like all kidding aside, because when Jordan and I were doing the shows, and that was at the beginning of July, give or take, like there was legitimate concern that he might not be ready. Forget about the start of the training camp. You didn't know if he would even be full go for the start of the season. Now, you still got to take things a little bit slower, but the fact that he's not on the PUP list, where if a team wanted to exercise caution with a young player as important as him, I think they would do it. I think I'd be thrilled right now if I was a Giant fan.
Yeah, I think this is, in the progression of what Malik Nabers is going through, after, I'm not a Giants fan, but if I was a Giants fan, knowing what this what this player is going to be capable of doing, we hope, right? We saw it, and then to have the ACL going in for a second surgery, I think made every Giants fan like whoa, right? Like usually with the ACL, we're at the point now where it's like it's going to take some time, but that player will be back, and then once they're back, just to start to trust the knee and everything else. But the second procedure, it's like whoa, what's going on? So everyone was nervous, and then you see him, at the softball game playing dodgeball and all these different things, but you still haven't really heard what the plan was going to be. And I've heard people speculate that he would miss, he'd miss the start of the season, or he'd miss, the first 6 weeks of the season. So to have him not on the PUP list, because like Jordan said, like PUP list means like for the purposes of this is that he's not practicing. He's like on the side in the rehab area.
Yep. Which
wouldn't lend itself to him being back and, to start the season. And we all know how important he is to this team. Right? Like this is the New York Giants, Dan. The New York Giants.
We got the Giants in here. Got the Giants in here. The New York Football Giants. People, it's amazing the reaction that clip got. Because I think a lot of people, first and foremost, they took it as if that was the introductory speech to training camp. And I don't know if people don't even realize yet that the team is not even reported to training camp, so that's not what it is. This was back in, spring? Maybe was it even March, like when they reported for OTAs? Like this was way, way back. And I don't know how you would read into that, by the way, and say that the Giants, are in for a long season, or this isn't going to work, or this is going to be... Unless you're just an absolute hater, why would you take that 45-second or whatever it was video clip and think that, oh, boy, Giants are up against it this year because Harbaugh sounds like
Giants.
And
it's the New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants.
Guy's excited.
Yeah, he's excited. He's trying to send the message. This is the New York Giants. It's an honor to be a New York Giant. I think it's just kind of probably the reaction, how he did it, that maybe people didn't necessarily love. Because there's so excitement and he's been doing it so long, you figure okay, this is John Harbaugh. Like on the other side of that, like if you're a player, like this is John Harbaugh. We finally have a legitimate coach. This is John Harbaugh, and he's trying to let you know this is the New York Giants, boys. Like this is a big deal. It was a big deal for me when I took this job, and it should be a big deal. And they don't know what that means because they've been the New York Jets. Essentially. So
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't know what it's like to show, have signs of life in that meeting room, because the ones that have been here, it's been nothing but misery and losing for the last, I don't know how many years. They probably are just expecting going through the motions. You're showing up for OTAs and off-season workouts. Like, here we go again, time to make the donuts. But no, this is a legitimate head coach that you have now brought in, and he's the one that you have to have faith in that's going to be able to turn this thing around, plain and simple. And guess what? A lot of those guys that aren't buying into the program, or maybe they don't know what they're getting in for, they think that it's cheesy and there's all this rah-rah stuff. Guess what? They're not going to be Giants much longer. It's as simple as that, Rick.
Well, you
right?
know what it is, too, though? I just think that there's this – I think that there's this idea, right, from people that haven't been – in locker rooms necessarily, that haven't been a part of these these speeches from coaches, that like in your mind you have like this idea that it's going to be Al Pacino and any given Sunday, that there's a lot, I mean especially in football, that there's a lot of rah guys standing up, like getting all hyped up, and that's not necessarily the case. Like that happens sometimes, but like if that's something that you need to do all the time as a coach, like you're not going to be able to do it for as long as John Harbaugh's been able to do it. Right. It's about the other stuff, like sending Jackson Dart a text at 3:30 in the morning. Like it's the relationship part of it. But I heard Nick Saban say yesterday, like for him, because Pat was kind of like not mocking it, but I think Pat's question was like, is that the whole clip, or was that a clip that was cut up? Like to see John Harbaugh kind of like with his head turned, like this is the New York Giants, like was maybe a weird look. But Nick Saban was like, that speech. And I don't know if it's necessarily that one, but like that introductory speech that you give the team for Nick was like the most important speech he would give the whole season. Where he was like, he would set the tone. These are the non-negotiables. This is who we are. This is our identity and all those different things. I don't think that was that speech. I think you'll probably get that at the beginning of training camp.
You get it at the Greenbrier probably.
Probably. Which I think is a terrific idea too, by the way. Like training camp at home and training camp on the road is two completely different experiences.
Well, think about it. Back in when professional sports was a different world, why do you think basically every single team in the league went away for training camp, right?
You know what it is too, though? It's a reminder, right? Like at the time when we were traveling around to, you name the city that would pay for us to have training camp, right? And it's like, I'm paying for meals with raffle tickets, and it's like, you go through all these experiences, and it brings you closer together because you're complaining about the same experiences. It's like why it's why the 1980 Olympic team, why he felt like I need to be the villain. Like they need to rally around hating something, and it was me. I had to be that guy. So like you have these I think it's why teams that I played for in the AHL were the closest teams. It's because in the midst of these 15-hour bus rides and all these different things that we had to do, it would bring us closer together. So I mean, you got guys now on the road, away from their families. Force is not the right word, but now like the only people you have there are your teammates. Right. Like that's who you're going to hang with the entire time. You could complain about, hey, my bed sucks or this sucks or whatever, but I mean, you're spending more time together than you would if you were home in training camp.
Right. I mean, living in the dorms and all that stuff, because it's a lot of these like remote college locations that the teams are taking up shop in. I mean, you've heard all these cliches already. It doesn't matter what sport it is. Well, I mean, ones that have road trips, not so much football where you play once a week, but like hockey, baseball, basketball. Like when you go on these like long, extended, ridiculous road trips, everybody talks about it being a bonding experience, right? Like when you're away for 10 days or 2 weeks or whatever it is, it brings you closer together because it's just you guys against the world and blah, blah, blah. Ray, I don't know if you look it up or Harvey, like how many teams in the NFL right now still go away for training camp?
It's not many.
It's not many.
It's too hard, man. I mean, with the amount of stuff that has to go with you and everything else. I think the Cowboys still do, correct?
They go to Oxnard. Yeah, they've done that for like 20-some-odd years.
They go to Oxnard. Steelers go to Latrobe. Obviously the Jets are in Florham Park.
And I think it's worth noting that the only reason that the Giants are traveling is because A, the World Cup, and B, that there's renovations taking place at the headquarters. Right. 6 teams. 6 teams
Just
travel.
6.
So Bills go to St. John Fisher University in Rochester. Cowboys,
Correct.
as we mentioned, Oxnard. Colts go to Grant Park in Westfield, Indiana. Chiefs, Missouri Western State University. Rams, Loyola Marymount. And the Steelers go to St. Vincent College.
Well, let's face it, too. I mean, there's also a cost involved as well. Like, going on the road for training camp, that costs the team a lot of money. Because you got to pay the location for their inconvenience and all that stuff.
It depends, though. It depends. Like, for us, we got paid to do it. Right? Like, for us, it was like, hey, we're bringing an NHL team to your city. The people that will come and want to watch it, plus you pay to go watch the blue-white game and everything else. I don't know how the deals are with the teams that are going places, but that's how it would work for us.
Well, no offense, but even the team that you would consider the bottom of the barrel in the NFL is still more high-profile than the New York Islanders.
100%, but that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a better chance that there's some financial. I mean, there's something financially that's set up to bring the NFL, to bring an NFL team to this area, to that area.
Well, there's also a financial element to it for these teams now to do it at home. I mean, think about what these teams do. Like, think about what the Jets do, for example. They have even though it's free, but they set up the big merchandise tents, and
I think that was part of it, though.
The food, the games, the
right.
this.
I think it's like
it's a money making thing,
right? But it's like, okay, let's do the math here, right? Like, I mean, as much as this is a great bonding experience, and maybe we're getting some form of payment, right? With the amount of work that goes into it, why would we pass up on the opportunity, like you just said? Like, we got this gorgeous facility, plus we can make money on it because people are going to come and watch us play. Come watch the training camp. Like, that makes too much sense. But there is something to be said about being around your teammates like that and being going to every meal and spending that much time. It does bring you closer together.
So is this the sign of maybe good things to come the rest of the way for the Giants, that there are not going to be any hiccups? And, we talk about Malik Nabers, and we've also spent a lot of time discussing Cam Scadaboo. He not on the PUP list either, so he could do backflips all he want on the field, and he's going to be a part of this thing. 800-919-3776. We talk Big Blue with you. It's Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York. Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York on this Friday. Talking football, Giant rookies reporting to camp. In a few days, the vets will join in, and they'll hop on a plane, fly down to the Greenbrier in West Virginia, kick off the first training camp of John Harbaugh as the head coach of the New York Football Giants. Malik Nabers, the fact that he is going to be, I don't want to say full go, but you know that he's not going to be restricted by the PUP list situation to begin camp, which is a sign of good things. Giants, you look at the wide receiver room, and this is why it was a big deal, Rick, because we talked about it yesterday, right? You look at the collection of guys that are going to be there at the skill positions for Jackson Dart. You can make a case, all right? And I don't want to make this like, one versus the other. But I think that anybody who is objective about it, you look at the Jets at the skill position talent on offense, running back, wide receiver, tight end. Compare that with the Giants, Jets get the edge. Like, I think anybody will tell you, Jets got more talent, at least on paper, with those positions than the Giants do. Giants' collection of wide receivers, Nabers is the game breaker. Everybody else is just a nice player, a nice piece, part of the mix. That's why the Nabers presence is so critical for what they're going to be offensively. And then, oh, by the way, it's also going to have a big role as to what type of a season and what type of development there is with the quarterback in Jackson Dart.
Well, I think the biggest thing if you want to start making those comparisons, and I was just talking to, I don't know if it was Harvey told me this or Ray told me this during the break, is that Carlin yesterday was saying that, Jets were the more talented team. Yeah, difference being it's Geno Smith coming off the year that he just had, and it's Aaron Glenn, right? I mean, if you took that Jets team, they just go offensive side of the ball with, a healthy Garrett Wilson, who's a legitimate number one receiver, and the tight ends that you mentioned, and Breece Hall, who, again, like if we find a way to use him correctly, I'll never forget, it's ingrained in my brain when I had an offensive coordinator go, I didn't realize that Breece Hall could catch the ball that well. What do you mean you didn't realize that he could catch the ball that well? Did you not watch? And
you wonder why I waited 3 years to watch the Aaron Rodgers thing?
Right. But, I mean, if you replaced Aaron Glenn with John Harbaugh and Geno Smith with Jackson Dart, right, the conversation surrounding the Jets would be completely different.
You're talking about a playoff team, probably.
Probably. I mean, that would be the team that people are picking to win. I don't know. That could be the team that goes from from last to first and wins 8, 9, 10, 10 games. So, like Malik Nabers, like you said, you saw it in his rookie season what this kid is capable of doing. He's a legitimate number one receiver that you're gonna have to game plan around. Without him, and who knows how long it's gonna take for him to become him. You saw with Saquon Barkley. I mean, it took a year, right, coming off of an ACL, and this is ACL plus meniscus plus a second surgery because of the scar tissue and everything else. You got guys, right? The hope is that Isaiah Likely now, as the number one option, as opposed to Mark Andrews, is going to have a breakout season. Malachi Fields is a rookie. Other than that, like Dave would drive Darius Slayton wherever Darius Slayton wants to go play football. Dave would drive him there. I mean, Mooney last year had 32 catches and a touchdown. Juju had 33 catches and a touchdown. Calvin Austin had 31 catches, had 3 touchdowns. So like you have guys. Odell didn't play.
Right.
Braxton Berrios is more of a special teams guy. So like, I guess it's.
Braxton Berrios is still trying to come up with that catch at the goal line in Minnesota from 2022 in December.
Strength in numbers, but I also saw Jackson Dart, like I said to you yesterday, make Gunnar Olszewski look good. So, like, I think he's capable of doing it, but you're gonna ask a kid going into year 2, learning a new offense, to do a lot, right? Like, I mean, having no Malik Nabers or Malik Nabers not at the height of his abilities just puts more pressure on the quarterback.
Raymond, you know what the Giants remind me of at the wide receiver position and like what they decided to do? Like, remember that day where they signed all those guys at once?
Yeah, they signed 3 in one day. Yeah,
yeah. It reminds me, like, outside of Malik Nabers, of course, what the Knicks did in the summer of 2019 when they couldn't get KD, when they couldn't get Kyrie. Remember they signed
all the power forwards. And they signed
Bobby
Marcus
Portis and Wayne Ellington and Bullock and all that stuff. And except, unfortunately, the Giants don't even have a Julius Randle. Like, they didn't sign a guy who could be Julius Randle level.
Yeah, but the Giants think they have a point guard.
Right. That's the difference.
That's the difference. And a legitimate head coach. So
see, like, I actually like I'm all in. Like, I would buy on the Giant receiver room if you can guarantee me that Nabers is going to be healthy and be the force that everybody expects him to be. Like, I think you can easily win with that group.
Yeah, with Malik Nabers at the top of that group, because I think Likely's a good tight end, and I think he was probably overshadowed by, by Mark Andrews, right? Like, I mean, once a quarterback kind of creates that relationship with a player like Lamar had with Mark Andrews, and Mark Andrews is a really good tight end. Like, Likely wanted to, like, hey, I learned a ton here, but it's time for me to move on and be the guy. So he'll have every opportunity to do that, because, again, this is great news. Don't get me wrong, this is great news. Like, I mean, to have Malik Nabers, you would have been like, to have Malik Nabers put on the PUP list where it's like he's just going to be working on the side in the rehab area would have been like, you hear the story, but then you see the video, right? It's like, like the fear is, oh no, is this guy going to start the season on the PUP list? And then they tell you, and it's like, oh God, my biggest fear. But now,
right,
like, at least we're not there. So like, he's trending in the right direction. Again, but it's going to take time, right? Like, you've seen that, like, there's only so many Adrian Petersons of the world, right? Like, he's not the rule. He's the exception to the rule for the most part. And we saw Saquon go through this. It takes time when you're coming back from an injury like this to become yourself again. And like, this is also a guy that dealt with not just one, but 2 surgeries. This is not like, hey, everything's going great, guys. Surgery went well. Rehab's going awesome. It's no. We have to go back in there because of tightness and scar tissue and everything else. So, he's a big piece of this thing, man. He is. As good as Jackson Dart is going to be, Malik Nabers is going to be a huge piece of this offense.
Raymond, did I see when I was on the vacation? Because did something happen at Saquon's place? Did it get robbed or something like that?
Yep. Yeah, I think we had mentioned that in one of these sims.
He was in the house.
Right.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yes. Usually it's been happening when these guys are on the road because everyone knows their schedules. He was at the house. Yeah,
wow.
Scary.
No, that is scary stuff. It's funny, too, because the other thing about Isaiah Likely, let's face it, I mean, Ravens had a lot of issues last year, and one of them was the fact that the quarterback wasn't healthy. Not even close. And even when he played, he wasn't even close to 100%. Remember that game that they played against the Jets, where the Jets hung in the game for three and a half quarters? There were so many times in that game where normal Lamar Jackson, if he was, healthy, he would have, when the pocket collapsed, he would have taken out, he had about 20 yards of free real estate where he could have skipped for a first down and then some. He didn't flee the pocket because he didn't have his legs. And how many games did he have to play last year with that exact same situation? So the fact that you're telling me Isaiah Likely didn't have a big year last year, or at least his production was down, I think part of that was because the quarterback wasn't healthy. You know what I mean? And Likely is going to be a big, big component for this team. As far as the rest of the guys, speculating on what this team could be, let's hear from our good buddy Jeremy Fowler, who was on NFL Live yesterday talking about Malik Nabers and his health status.
So it seems like right now, all systems go. It will be up to the Giants and their discretion as to how they ease him back from that ankle leg issue. But senses optimism. Malik Nabers, that's the big one. You talk to people there, they're still kind of waiting to see what his involvement's going to be early in camp. But Scadaboo should be good.
That, to me, the Malik Nabers and when he returns and how effectively he returns is kind of like the ceiling level gauge for this Giants offense, right? If Malik Nabers is what he was as a rookie, this offense can absolutely hum.
Yeah.
But even with the optimism I have for Jackson Dart, if Malik Nabers isn't himself, it's just going to be much harder for this offense to be the reason why they win games by itself.
And Field Yates, our buddy, chiming in as well on the tail end of that. And I would agree. Everybody would agree, right? I mean, let's face it. That's how important this guy is. And it goes back to something I just said 5 minutes ago. Okay, if you want to trot out this collection of wide receivers, I'm cool with it. It's more than okay. Throw in the offensive line, which if they stay healthy, I like the direction that thing is headed as well. But you need Nabers. Nabers is the linchpin with this whole thing.
Right. I mean, outside of Jackson Dart, obviously being the most important piece of this offense, I would say you have Nabers and you have Andrew Thomas. Right. Those are the two other most important pieces because we've seen what the offensive looks like. We've seen what the offensive line looks like with Andrew Thomas and without Andrew Thomas. And then Malik Nabers. I mean, I've heard this from pretty much anyone I've done a radio show with that's played in the NFL. I've been lucky. I played 2 guys on the defensive side of the ball that say it is imperative to have someone on your offense that we have to game plan against. And right now, I mean, outside of Jackson Dart's legs, they'll run the football, right? I mean, they were good at it last year. You had Patrick Ricard to this mix. You had Maui Noah to the right side of your line. They'll run the football, but as far as throwing it, who really scares you if there's no Malik Nabers? And nobody really.
No.
Right? I mean,
No, I was going to say, like, we talk about the running backs, the collection of backs there. It's probably going to be a group by committee as far as, like, how they distribute the carries. Quarterback, they're going to have some stuff, of course, with him, with his legs to be able to make plays. But everybody else, it's a trickle down. Nabers is a guy you've got two sets of eyes on, right? He's one of those guys.
Well, he's a guy, to your point, he's a guy that can win his matchup. Or it's going to be like, hey, we're going to have to bracket him, so it's going to leave somebody else open. And my bigger concern would be, because again, I've seen Jackson Dart without Malik Nabers, right? We all did. He only had a half with Malik Nabers. Like he's good. Part of the thing that makes him good is his ability to extend plays and use his legs. And I just know how competitive he is. If all of a sudden now, right, you get put into a situation where I don't have guys that can win their matchups, and things start to go sideways a little bit, you know how competitive this kid is. And he'll start to do, like, I'm not going to lose, like, I'm going to fight, which means I'm going to use my legs, which is going to open himself up now to taking hits, and we'll get back into the conversation that we had last year's, Jackson, you're too important. I can't have you in the blue tent all the time.
Yep.
Right? Because, I mean, that's just who he is.
I mean, going into the season, when you look at this Giant football team, I think that it's fair to say, like, the questions are on the defensive side of the ball more so than the offense. Like, if you had to say, like, one versus the other, I think I'm more concerned about what they're going to be defensively as opposed to what I'm going to get on offense, because I think there's enough there. Now, if you're looking at a quarterback, though, who's in his second year, and second years are critical, right? Because it could go this way, it could go that way. We know that. We've seen too many examples. We talked about it the other day about just look at the quarterbacks in this division. I only bring that up because, look, these are the teams you're going to be competing with, right? Jackson Dart right now, based on merit, is, bottom of the totem pole out of the four quarterbacks that you have in this division. Some guys are truly, truly special, as we've seen. The real gifted ones don't need an abundance of weaponry around them. Like, they're going to go out there and still find ways to get the job done, even if you're not surrounded by a bunch of all-pros. You can't put Jackson Dart in that territory yet. Now, he may ultimately elevate to become one of those guys. Right. If you're a Giant fan, you hope it does. But for now, you need to do everything you can to make sure the quarterback has the resources necessary to develop what you hope he could be.
Right, but we also, I mean, on the other side of that, there are special quarterbacks that have the ability to do that. But we also get into now the conversation of, hey, that quarterback needs a guy. Right? Like, I mean, for the quarterback to get to where we need the quarterback to get to, he needs that kind of receiver. Right? I mean, you saw, like, listen, I mean, Steph Diggs had a really good season for the Patriots last year. Right? And Drake May was what, second in the MVP voting. They were awesome. They got all the way to the Super Bowl. Some people want to point to their schedule, whatever. Drake May was really, really good. Not so much in the playoffs, but hey, how can we make sure we maximize Drake May? Let's go get A.J. Brown. Like, it's tried and true that in order for a young quarterback to get where he needs to go, you need to get him a guy. And Malik Nabers is the guy. It's just right now, because of this injury, when is he going to be back, and what version are you going to get when he's back? Because this is not intended for Giants fans right now, with how excited they are, like some slow burn. Like, this is like they went from 4 wins to now we're talking 8-9 wins and a 5-year plan to win a Super Bowl.
This is a New York Giants sitting in this room.
So, I mean, it's a lot to ask from a young kid.
Raymond is sitting there licking his chops for week 1 to be able to put all this to bed. Right, Ray? I mean, you're sitting there very quietly confident, going to walk in there like you always do, make it your house, take care of your business.
I'm not saying all that, but I'm saying I have expectations.
Right,
Go ahead,
but remember what Ray's biggest concern is, right? Like, I mean, I don't care what the sport is. I don't care how good your team is. A lot of it comes down to matchups. Right? Like, there are some teams it doesn't matter because they're just that good. It felt like the year the Eagles won the Super Bowl, it didn't. I don't care who they played. They were gonna beat up on anybody. They were that
too good.
Yeah. Right? Seattle last year was great, but for the most part, it usually comes down to matchups. How can I exploit your weaknesses? How, you know what I mean? Like, that's really what it comes down to. For Ray, one of his biggest concerns are his corners. So you mean to tell me in week 1, where I know my offense is more than capable of scoring well over 30, like, we got the best offense in the league, right? My defense worries, in particular, my corners, and you're going to give me maybe no Malik Nabers or a lesser version of Malik Nabers?
Yeah.
Let's sign up for that.
Right. It's not who you play, it's when you play them.
Yeah, and how their strengths match up with your weaknesses.
So, Ray, you going to light up the scoreboard that day?
Listen, the goal is to light up the scoreboard every day, but you weren't here for us. But I basically told Dave that day, like, my philosophy, and I'm sure Brian Schottenheimer's philosophy in this game is going to be to run the ball down the Giants' throat. And then when they realize they have to commit extra men to stop it, that's when you bombs away.
Did you get a fresh haircut yesterday?
I did.
No, it looks fantastic.
Yeah, I like to keep it keep that fresh fade going.
Ray,
what's your frequency?
Frequency of haircut? Ray probably goes once a month. Probably.
No, maybe once every two weeks.
Yeah, I was going to say that's easily like a 2-3 week thing.
Wow, that's how you're supposed to do it, I think.
But the thing about it is if you let it grow to a certain point, like the fade just looks terrible. So I look in the mirror and I'm like, no, I got to fix that. So
I've kind of graduated to like the every 3 week type of thing, and I always used to be either like a 4 or 5 week guy, but now I go 3, and it's it works.
How often do you manicure? How often do you manicure the mustache and facial area?
When it needs to, maybe once a week.
Yeah,
it looks like you just did it.
That's part of the, and I think I've said this before on air, but like it's part of like the whole deal. Like when the barber takes care of him with the fade, he does the whole face.
Yeah, neck up.
It looks good.
Dan did a little migraine shave yesterday because his face was nice and clean, baby soft.
Nothing.
No?
You're really leaning into the mustache, by the way.
He loves it.
Like, yeah.
I think Rick likes it too.
I like it better than the goatee.
As long as I get
fascinated
from Rick, I'm okay. Everything I do in life is to appease Rick.
No, I think I think that you like having facial hair because you'll tend to shave down to the goatee a lot. I like that. That's my preference for goatee for you.
That's the seal of approval.
Yeah. As opposed to connecting it.
All right.
It looks younger, more vibrant, hipper. You know what I mean? I could see you strolling through Soho.
I do when I go to work.
Yeah, right. Trying to navigate through. Can I get back
to
the
mean streets?
Can I get back to the sports here? Because I think what you just said, what Ray just said, is the most important thing, and why I think that you're probably more focused on the defense than the offense. Because Ray just said, Dallas Cowboys, what's your philosophy going into this game? We're going to run it down your throat. And then once you prove that you can stop that, if you can stop it, then all of a sudden I got CeeDee Lamb, I got Pickens, and I'm going to exploit your weaknesses there. Giants just lost Sexy Dexy. They weren't going to stop in the run last year, and part of that may be Shane Bowen and Dexy not really being fully engaged, whatever you want to call it. They still have to prove they can stop the run, and also they got who's the second corner,
right?
I mean, so like there are things on the defensive side of the ball that. Because, I mean, I don't know if you were
It's amazing how Tay Banks is still in the mix. Like, every time you want to, like, kick him to the curb, you're like, no, well, he's going to have a chance here. Right? New lease on life with a new head coach.
Well, no, because I don't know. I mean, we probably had this conversation. Like, it was like you had a lot of Giants fans last year just pointing to, hey, with Abdul Carter and Brian Burns and Thibodeau and all these guys, like, this reminds us of the NASCAR package, right? We're going to be able to get after the quarterback. And I think a lot of people were like, Brian Burns is awesome. Abdul Carter, I mean, you saw what he's capable of once he kind of figured it out, and Thibodeau and all these guys. You have to stop the run to get to the quarterback. You know what I mean? Yep. Like if that has to happen to really get the benefit of the pass rushers, and they weren't able to do it last year.
And they got, like you said, they got a lot of, meat and potatoes, lunch pail type guys that they've tried to reinforce that defensive line with the absence of Dexter Lawrence. We'll see how well it plays out, but that's a concern, man. And like you said, it goes back to how are they going to stop the run. So that bears watching for sure. We will talk Giants with you at 800-919-3776. Concerns, we've outlined them. Want to hear from you as this team gets ready to kick off the start of training camp. But the New York Red Bulls, they're getting ready to take on Orlando City SC on Saturday, August the 1st. Harvey's going to be there at Sports Illustrated Stadium with kickoff set for 7:30 p.m. Celebrate Hometown Heroes Night with Red Bull New York and be among the first 10,000 fans for an exclusive beach towel giveaway. How about that? For your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets, enter now at ESPNNewYork.com or through the ESPN New York app. Don't miss Julian Hall and Antoine Griezmann when the Red Bulls host Orlando City SC on Saturday, August the 1st. Secure your seats at NewYorkRedBulls.com. The Griezmann has been taking in a lot of games here in the States since he's come aboard and really trying to acclimate himself, the old Frenchman. So good to see, and he'll be in action there on August the 1st. Giant Talk with you on this Roast Friday. It's Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York. 6:57 on this Friday morning. It is time to get a look at the roads to close out the work week and say good morning, Debbie Duhame.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Rick. Hey, looking good, guys, but not looking good here on 95. A tough ride, 95 South exit 22 into Fairfield. It's an accident involving a pickup truck and a tractor trailer. So tough ride, 95 southbound into exit 22 over in Fairfield. Watch for slowdowns this morning on the eastbound BQE getting up toward the Battery Tunnel. Van Wyck northbound. Stop and go traffic right through Rockaway Boulevard, cross Bronx West. Heavy out through White Plains Road. Sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Duhame on 880 ESPN New York.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
We had a kid that went to BU. You know, Coach Parker was serious about hey, fellas, you're student athletes. I just so you know, let's get this clear. I will know at all times how you're doing in school. Got a report from one of your teachers that you haven't read this book. Where's the book? Oh, funny that you asked. It's actually holding up my bed. Also, the same player who, when he turned pro, was pulled over, and the cop asked him, do you have any outstanding speeding tickets? And he thought he meant like great ones. And he's like, no, but I got some pretty good ones. The guy's like, you idiot.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
That's right. That Jack Parker hockey program producing only the finest. Model citizens. Up and down.
He's the best. Jack Parker's the best.
And their coach now ain't too bad, too. Pando, my guy.
Awesome, great. Pando, also a great guy. But JP,
Super.
Jack was the man. Loved him.
Still stay in touch or no?
I haven't seen him in a long time. But I as far as favorite coaches that I've ever played for, he's at the top of the list.
Nice. I'm sure he would say the same about you. Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York, talking a lot of football this morning. Giants mostly, as they get some good news on the Malik Nabers front. No PUP list to begin training camp. They'll be down in West Virginia at the Greenbrier in just a few days. Jets will begin things year 2 under Aaron Glenn in Florham Park next week as well. Let's go to the phones. People want to chime in. They're excited about football at 800-919-3776. We say hi to Joseph in Ocean Gate, who starts us off here on ESPN New York. What's up, Joey?
What's going on, Dan, Rick? Hey, great week of shows, man. You guys are awesome together. So the one thing first, the haircut, I call it a freshie. And Ray, you need at least every 2 weeks, man. You got to get the line up, the fade right, and it makes you feel good about yourself too. But Giants going forward, I'm confident with the Malik Nabers thing, and obviously I think he put a tweet out like a week or two ago I saw where he was talking about being out of the darkness. And I know a lot of times these players, right, you get surgeries or whatever, and it's a lot of just mental mind over matter, and you're trying to just get through that dark period. And to hear him say he's out of it, I've all the confidence. And then with the pup list thing, I think is also another great sign that he's, I think, going to be ready and maybe not game one, but definitely be out there. And I'm also going to put $100 on plus 7,000 Abdul Carter winning Defensive Player of the Year. So I'm going to pay off some debt with that win. And I'm all in 65 or sooner. Dave killing it after 3 losses. I think no, man, we got to be in. You can't put it out there and then backtrack if you go 0-3. So have a great weekend, guys. Love
Joe,
the show.
what were the odds for Abdul Carter Defensive Player of the Year?
It was just the other day I saw it was plus 7,000.
Plus 7,000.
Yeah, probably for a reason.
So I mean, hey, what the hell, right?
That whole Myles Garrett thing going to the Rams doesn't scare you at all.
Oh, totally. Yeah. But hey,
wait till week 2. If you
plus 400 on Myles Garrett, by the way.
Yeah, especially if Aaron Donald comes out of retirement, that should be interesting.
It's not fair.
Hey, did you see that? Did you see their odds compared to everybody else?
He's coming out of retirement, by the way. He's coming out
feels
of retirement.
Like it.
That's happening.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Do they even need it? You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't even need it.
Well, why not, though?
But I'm saying they've got enough on the defensive line
if you can if you can do it, why not?
Yeah,
why not?
I understand that, but I'm
Did
saying
you just drop a duh?
Yeah, I dropped a duh.
What year is it?
Wow.
I don't care what year it is. Wow. I said it. Just like I'm going to read soccer books in 2026, just like I would in,
I'm not going to. None of us will believe it till you actually finish that book. I mean, that's where we're at.
Honey, when we get home, they'll have some penalties.
Long game. Leander Sherlakens. There you go.
All right, let's see. I just saw this yesterday. Let me go back to it. Let me revisit it.
It's fascinating, by the way.
Right, the Rams right now, the Rams to win the Super Bowl are plus 550, and the next closest is plus 1,000.
Who is that next team?
The Bills.
Really?
Yep.
The Bills?
The Buffalo Bills. Yep.
I would not put them as the runner-up to win the Super Bowl.
You got Rams, Bills, Seahawks, Ravens, Chargers, Chiefs.
The Ravens are that high?
Yeah, Ravens plus 1,200.
Raymond, come on. That's a little high, don't you think, for a first-time head coach?
What do they know? What do they know?
Well, I was going to say, obviously they know everything, but what do they know that we don't know?
They're ahead of the Seahawks. That's
How is that possible? No, but I was talking more about the Ravens, but you could say the same thing about the Bills and the Ravens.
Yeah, they're both in the same situation with the new coach, but the MVP caliber quarterback is.
Well, I mean, Seahawks and Ravens have the same. Seahawks and Ravens have the same odds. They're both plus. They're both plus.
To me, the two best football teams
I'm looking at
played in the
DraftKings.
NFC Championship game last year.
Ray, you know that we're a FanDuel show. You know this.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah, you know this. FanDuel, buddy. It's what we do.
You don't look at ESPN Bet?
No. ESPN Bet did. I think it all goes through DraftKings now.
Yeah, I know. It's a joke.
No, all right,
I'm sorry.
See. Oh, look at this. New York Jets to miss the playoffs. Second best odds, minus 1,200.
They have what best odds?
Second best odds to miss the playoffs, minus 1,200. It's great.
Woohoo!
Giants minus 330 to miss the playoffs, which are also the second best.
Are people still hammering the over for them?
They must be. I mean, so the NFC, according to FanDuel, NFC to miss the playoffs, the Cardinals are 1 at minus 7,000. Giants are minus 330. Then the Panthers, Saints, Commanders, Falcons.
All right. Look at the NFC right now.
Yep.
Just because you're talking about it. Safe to say, Rams, Seahawks, guaranteed playoff teams, correct?
Feels like it, yeah.
Okay. That's 2. Are we all in on the Niners?
The show, as a show, yeah.
Okay.
Except
That's
Dave,
3.
who thinks that Jameis Winston's going to be taking victory knees when they play the Niners.
Yes, as we've heard. All right, so that's 3 just in the NFC West alone. You look at the South. It was an awful division last year. Are we buying any of those teams more than whoever wins the division?
More than who wins the division? Well, I think you can make
Tampa.
a legitimate argument for Tampa, obviously, and then the Saints look like they're headed in the right direction.
Are we saying Carolina's run was fugazi last year just because somebody had to win the division and it ended up being them?
No, I don't think it was fugazi. I think that Bryce Young showed you, I mean, why he was drafted where he was drafted.
I got a feeling Bryce Young's somewhere else in 2027.
Okay.
I'm just still not there. I still think that's a 1 8-team division for the playoffs. I'm not the Atlanta thing. I think is going to be a disaster. Between Penix, Tua, there's going to be so much drama going on there because I don't think one is going to play good enough to where you say there's no doubt whatsoever that the other guy has no shot of getting on the field, and it's just going to be like a season-long, well, who's going to start this week? Who's it going to be this guy? Is it going to be that guy? And Tua's going to go up there at the podium and say something inflammatory that people are going to be like, huh? What? Like he's going to be way too honest. Yeah, that's a mess down there. The North. You got a few teams there that are obviously playoff caliber. Bears, Lions, Packers. I still need to see how the Viking quarterback situation plays itself out first. But you could easily have 3 teams go to the playoffs in that division. And then if you're in the NFC East, you know that there's a few quality teams there. It's going to be hard as hell to make the playoffs if you're a team like the Giants. Is it not?
I think we lost him. Oh, dear.
I think we lost Rick. I'm sitting here talking to nobody, and Rick is gone. But, Ray, you agree with what I'm saying, right? I mean, like, you think about all these teams in the NFC. We just ran down the laundry list. Like, you got some deep competition as far as even just trying to get one of those wild cards.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle in the NFC, without question. And I think, listen, I understand that people are excited. You got a head coach with real skins on the wall, and, we're talking jokes about, the speeches and all that. And John Harbaugh knows how to build a winning culture, and John Harbaugh knows how to develop players. He's going to improve the Giants. I think a lot of people are thinking it's going to happen faster than is reasonable. And maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe the Giants do make a run, but you're asking a lot. It's still a lot of the same roster. And the division, but forget about the NFC as a whole. The NFC East is going to be a dogfight for them.
100%.
There's no easy games in that division.
None whatsoever. And look, there's always a team or two, you know it, right, that comes out of nowhere that everybody was sleeping on this time of year and has a good season and makes the playoffs, right? You had a couple of them last year. Of course, New England went all the way to the freaking Super Bowl. You saw what the Chicago Bears did, making the run that they made. I'm not throwing Carolina into that mix because somebody had to win the division. It just so happened to be them. They were sub 500, weren't they? Didn't they finish 8-9? Right?
I believe that's true.
If I'm not mistaken, right? So just somebody had to actually win that thing. So I'm not saying that, they would fit that category, but, if the Giants want to throw themselves into that conversation, I mean, it's not going to be easy. Like, they're not going to have the luxury that the Carolina Panthers had last year to where they're going to play in some god-awful division and, they're going to, somehow, some way get to 8-9 wins, and that's going to be good enough to claim the only playoff spot out of the NFC East. That's not going to happen. You've got some powerhouse teams potentially with Philly and what your team could be. And who knows what Washington's bounce back season is going to be, where everything kind of hit the fan last year. And, I'm not saying you bury anybody, the first 5-6 weeks of a season, but the first 2 are going to be good tests for this team. And maybe you don't want to have those games right out of the gate because when you're breaking in a new coach and new players, new schemes, maybe not everybody is on the same page yet. But to have Dallas come into your building week 1, and Ray knows this, that, they beat up on them every single time they show up. Then you got to go all the way out to the West Coast and play on Monday Night Football against a Rams team, which might win the whole damn thing. That ain't going to be easy. But then on paper, you look at those next 4 if you're the Giants. Those are all winnable games, right? I mean, Ray, I'm not making stuff up. Tennessee, Arizona, Washington, New Orleans, you could win all those games.
You could find a way to win all 4 games. Absolutely. But I think it's going to be important to keep the head on straight after the first 2 because, as you said, not only are those tough matchups, but to begin with, a big part of success is knowing what you're doing, and the Giants are going to be instilling new offense, new defense. They've got talent at certain outside positions, and offensive line's improved. But when you're installing new pieces, it takes time to figure it out. Jackson Dart's going to be learning a new offense. And the one thing you could say about Dallas and the Rams especially is they know who the hell they are. They know what they want to do. They could run Matt Stafford and Dak Prescott can run those offenses in their sleep.
Correct.
So they're gonna know what they want to do and how they want to attack the Giants' defense. Jackson Dart is still going to be trying to figure that out. He's going to be looking for that comfort level that guys like Dak, who's been in, they've changed coaches here and there, but their offense is kind of largely the same over the last 10 years. And with the Rams, they've made changes here and there. Like they set the league on fire with that 13 personnel last year. And again, they have a genius running things in Sean McVay, but they know what they want to do, and they're very efficient at it. For the Giants, it's going to take time to figure out what they're actually good at.
Correct. And, you get through those first two games, and then you're going to be playing two teams that also have new coaches breaking in. And, look, Tennessee, I think, could be decent. Arizona's going to be dreadful this year. But those are two new coaches, with the Jet ties, of course, and Saleh and LaFleur. And then the Washington. Is it asking too much, if I'm the Giants, is it asking too much that I need to be minimum get me to 3-3 going into Houston in Week 7?
I think you would take that.
I think that it's feasible. I think it's extremely, extremely doable. And I don't think that I'm asking to. Let's put it this way. If I'm not 3-3, I would say that's a major, major disappointment if I'm a Giant fan going into that Houston game in Week 7, barring any sort of catastrophic injuries. 3-3 is, I think, the benchmark that you want to at least hit. And the Houston game's not going to be easy. We know that defense is an absolute terror, and that's going to be another good test for a young quarterback on the road to seeing how well that they've got a handle on this system. And then you go into your bye week. So, I mean, if I really wanted to get greedy, if you told me I could be 4-3 going into the bye, great. But I would even sign up for 3-4, even though there's no cupcakes necessarily when you come out of that bye either, because you got Philly, Washington, Jacksonville. I mean, those aren't all easy games. I mean, those are all difficult games.
I think what Giants fans should really be focusing on is not necessarily a number. I know everyone wants to throw out the numbers, 7, 9 wins, maybe 10, maybe a playoff. But I don't think what you need to be focusing on is the number of games that they win. And I'm not necessarily saying, it's got to be about how they look too. But what you want to see, and this seems like an elementary thing, like, oh, wow, yeah, of course you would love to see that, or duh, as you said earlier in the segment. You want to see the improvement week to week. You want to see the young guys developing. You want to see what the vision for 65 or sooner or whatever you want to go for. You want to see that development headed in the right direction. Forget about the amount of games you're going to win, because you're going to win games that you probably shouldn't win, and you're going to lose games that you probably shouldn't lose. But as long as the team is giving you good competition and you can see the improvement in the important young players, you should be happy with what you're getting there.
Is there, remember how we've talked about, and I know this to be true, like when you talk about the Jets, and they're a team that clearly, the word is improvement, right? That's what they want to see there. They want to see improvement second year with Aaron Glenn. There's not necessarily a definitive number that you need to hit when it comes to wins. I don't think that's necessarily the case with the Giants, because if you flip it over, there's probably more of a case to be made that the Giants, you would like to see them hit a certain win total compared to the Jets. Am I making that up? You see where I'm saying? I think a lot of that has to do with the coach.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at, because A, you've got an established coach, and B, I also think that a part of the reason, and we could talk about that with the Jets later, but I think a part of the reason that we feel that way is because the Giants have the guy that they think is their franchise guy. They've got Jackson Dart. He's going to be your guy for the foreseeable future. And in the Jets' case, they're still trying to figure out who exactly the guy is going to be.
Correct.
Geno Smith is going to get the starts this year. Is Cade Klubnik going to get the opportunity to lead the offense at some point in the future? Or is the season going to go so sideways, despite the talent that you have everywhere, that Arch Manny's at some point going to be brought in and asked to save the day in a future date, in which it'll probably be a different coach running things?
That's a hell of a transition, by the way, because let's do a little Jet football talk when we return at 800-919-3776. We'll also get Rick back into the fold as well, but it's time right now for your weekend weather report. It's brought to you by Neutral. You got some excellent, outstanding weather this weekend, mostly sunny skies. Highs in the upper 70s, maybe low 80s as well. Saturday and Sunday, dry conditions. Ideal time to get outside, go to the beach, go for a nice walk, go to a stroll, go to a ball game, whatever you need to do. That was your weekend weather report brought to you by Neutral. Keep it tasty with Neutral Vodka Seltzer, made with real vodka and real fruit juice. Enjoy responsibly. DNR, Dan and Rick, we come right back talking Jets here on ESPN New York. Oh, yeah. Football. DNR. Dan and Rick, ESPN New York. 800-919-3776. We're going to have the roast coming up a little bit later on this hour. So not quite yet, but we'll give you the cue to light up those lines so you could take part in the roast. Do you have a roast all stored up there, Ricco?
I got a roast, yeah. Yeah, it's nice. It's in the oven. It's nice and crispy.
Ray, you got a roast?
I got a couple of options.
Got a couple of options. Maybe one that we talked about off the air this morning?
Yeah,
maybe?
I think so.
Harv, you got a roast?
Yep, found one that really bothered me. So.
Ooh, that's what we want. We want you all riled up. A riled up Harvey's the best Harvey.
Is it cat related? Like, did you cats do something?
There it is, 7:21 in the morning, cashing those tickets.
I was just wondering. I mean,
you're gonna stay for this segment, or you're gonna check out again?
You got 5 cats.
Oh no! Oh no!
Have you been here for the show? I haven't heard.
It's not my show.
What'd you think? The cats were going to steal them and take them away from the show? What'd you think was going to happen?
No, you got 5 cats. One cat that wants to act up a little bit. I don't know.
An unruly cat, an unruly one of the bunch.
Yeah, you never know. I don't know those cats.
So, Jets, you look at what their situation is, and you could say like the Giants, they're trying to get this thing pointed in the right direction. But obviously, there's a lot more skepticism because of the guy who's going to be calling the shots. Meantime, the Giants bring in somebody like John Harbaugh. He is a proven winner. The guy's got a Super Bowl ring. And then Aaron Glenn, on the other hand, the only season he has to show for his head coaching prowess is 3 wins. And it was as bad could be last year. I think anybody that watched the team would tell you that. There's a lot riding on this season. And, we throw out that general term improvement as something that needs to be seen this year. And we mentioned it earlier in the show, Rick, you look from a, mano-a-mano standpoint, the talent they have on this team, on paper, they're better than they were last year. Question is, how is that going to translate on the scoreboard and in terms of them being able to win some games and show you that the people in charge right now are the ones that are going to get this thing headed where you want it to go?
Yeah, I don't know if Aaron Glenn has done anything to make you believe that all of a sudden here in year 2 with Geno Smith. Right, as much as he wants to say, he wants to say Geno Smith's going to take us to the promised land, and he's got these superpowers and calling plays on the defensive side of the ball. I think we're all going to have to see it first. Right, he's not going to get the benefit of the doubt because he hasn't earned the benefit of the doubt. I mean, offensively, you look at the offensive line, you look at Darren Muji doing what I think every Jets fan wanted him to do, which was get Breece Hall taken care of and Garrett Wilson and the tight end room and all the different things that this team has. Yeah, it's exciting. But I've also, I feel like as a Jets fan, I've also had these conversations plenty of times where, you're excited about the talent and it never really comes to fruition for whatever reason. If it's, Aaron popping his Achilles or you name it, when you get yourself excited. But when you look at their schedule, there are winnable games in the schedule. I think it's why you would point to, to week 1 as a pretty important game, right? Because right after that, you got the Packers, the Lions, and the Bears. And you don't love your chances in those, and not to mention the fact that it's Robert Saleh on the other side of the ball in week 1. So, that's as Aaron Glenn tries to build up the trust from the fan base. I know it's week 1, right? I understand that, and it's a long season. You got 17 games and all of that, but what the phone call is going to be if they go into Tennessee and it doesn't look good and they lose.
Right, 100%. And that's why, we remember when the schedule came out, we made a lot about this, how some people put such an onus on that first game. You got to, it's must win, you got to win. Yeah, I understand the logic there. And it is a long season, and that's how I prefer to look at this thing, in totality. But to your point, you're absolutely right. Because of what we think some of those other teams are going to be on paper, it would be rough if you don't win that first one, and then you're staring at those 3 playoff caliber teams from the NFC North. This thing could start like it did last year, and that would be an absolute disaster. That's the one thing they can ill afford to happen, and that's why before the schedule came to light, I was personally hoping for the fact that maybe the NFL would throw them a bone and give them some of those winnable games maybe in the first month of the season to be able to build up a couple of pellets before you go through the entire gauntlet instead of starting 1-5, 0-6, something like that, because that would be as bad could get for this team.
Right. I think on the other side of this thing, too, just as a player, coming off the season that they had last year, and you saw what losing eventually did to, we were just talking about the Giants, did to Dexter Lawrence. Eventually it beats you down, right? It's like, My career is so only like there's a finite amount of years here where I can play this game. There's a finite amount of years that I'm in my prime. Like I don't want to waste those years. And I have a 3-win season last year where we started off 0-7. Right, start trading away pieces that I thought were foundational pieces, and now we start off 0-4. God forbid, right? Like as much as the fan base needs to buy into the coach, so does the team,
right?
So you're right. I think when you look at some of these games that we're talking about, like the Dolphins look like they're not going to be very good. You got the Cardinals on the schedule, the
Cleveland Raiders.
But I think those teams are probably also looking at the Jets as winnable games too. I'm sure the conversations.
100%.
So
yeah, we do that. We get so carried away with that sometimes, fans, even media alike, where you look at the schedule and you say, "Oh, Tennessee, that's a winnable game. Cleveland, that's a winnable game." Well, don't you think, like from the other side of the coin, they're also saying the same thing about the Jets? They look at it and say, "Oh, we're playing the Jets. That's a winnable game." Well, somebody's got to win it. Can it be you? And I know that, again, you don't want to get off to the rough start, but if you can farm this thing out a little bit, I do, and it's a dangerous game to play, but you look on paper, I do think there is a path to maybe break even at the midway point. Like you could see 4-4 in the first 8 games, but that's why that first one I think is so important.
Yeah, because you feel like, again, I don't know what the state of the team is going to be. Again, after starting off 0-7 and winning 3 games, if first month of the season you don't win a football game, where you're at mentally and everything else. But then you got Cleveland at home. Okay, you got to win. You have to beat Cleveland at home. God forbid you don't. And now we're having real serious conversations about you just got to get rid of Aaron Glenn now. You can't beat Cleveland at home, right? And Miami's one of those winnable games. And then you do have these little spurts where it's like, okay, yeah, we could beat Miami and Vegas. We're feeling good. Now it's Kansas City, Buffalo, the Chargers. So there is enough talent. I think we all agree there is enough talent on this team to win football games. But do you trust the coach? And what version of Geno Smith are you getting? You're talking about the 2 most important things in football. The quarterback and the head coach.
Yep.
And you have a quarterback and head coach coming off awful seasons last year. Aaron Glenn was as bad as you could possibly be last year.
The whole operation was bad. It was.
Outside of special teams.
Well, not special teams, right, exactly. Chris
That's
Banjo
it.
shout out. Team MVP Isaiah Williams shout out. Other than that, though, left a lot to be desired. You're 1,000% right. And, last hour when we were talking about the Giants and what they could be potentially, we sit there and you look at the Jets and what they have offensively at the skill positions. And even I'll throw the offensive line there. The offensive line is solid, and you hope could be even a little bit better here. I think that the tackles, obviously you're in good shape there. Tippmann, I think, is really settling in at right guard, and maybe he even takes another step knowing that, okay, that's my position. Remember, at this time last year, we thought he was the center. You know what I mean? He was going to be in a battle with Josh Myers until AVT went down, unfortunately. But you feel good about the offensive line. You got some weapons at wide receiver. Tight ends, you got a good group there. Breece Hall and those other guys behind him with Braylon Allen coming back from injury. There's some depth at that position. Oh, by the way, the most important ingredient, though, offensively, you still have questions about because we don't know what kind of Geno Smith we're getting. We don't.
No, you have no idea, right? You can make all the excuses in the world you want to make for last season, but the reality is he had a really bad season, and I don't even think the year before that in Seattle was very good either. But the addition of Frank Reich gives you some confidence that you actually have an adult that's going to be able to coach this thing up the right way. And if Geno can, play to a certain level, you do have enough talent. Like Breece Hall's a really good running back. Garrett Wilson's a really good wide receiver. A.D. Mitchell showed you some signs last season. I love the Omar Cooper pick. Sadiq could turn into a matchup nightmare. You take him and Mason Taylor. What you can run out of 12 personnel. You got 2 good tackles. That's what frustrates you the most, though, I think. That's why I think being a Jets fan sometimes is so hard. Right? You got good players. Where's the disconnect?
I know. On paper, it's on paper they should be better than this, but why aren't they? And you know what's funny, too? Why does it seem like, again, we're having this conversation? You mentioned Geno, and wasn't very good last year with the Raiders. Maybe that last year in Seattle left a little bit to be desired as well. But because the quarterback play has been so subpar with this franchise for so long, we again find ourselves in that same predicament again that we had when Aaron Rodgers came here. Now, I'm not trying to compare Aaron Rodgers and Geno Smith, but remember it was, Aaron Rodgers is coming off of a couple of subpar years with the Packers, but even his worst year in Green Bay is still Hall of Fame caliber to what the Jets have had at the quarterback position. Now you're talking about Geno's last couple of years. You can say the same thing, and his last year was not very good at all.
No, it was bad. I mean, it was really bad. I mean, the going joke is, right, like he leaves Seattle, they win a Super Bowl, and then he ends up in Vegas, and he gets them what they want, which is the first overall pick. So now they have their own quarterback, and I think there's probably maybe some Jets fans that are hoping the same thing.
No,
Geno's not our future.
But why? That's stupid.
I know it's stupid, but you have to, it's. I said this to Dave a bunch of times, man, and he's living through the pain now with the Mets. And he's gone through it with the Giants, but now he's all excited because he's got the coach and the quarterback. It's just, it's such a weird place to be in consistently where it's like, I know this team isn't good enough to be a playoff team probably, right? They're not a playoff team. They won 3 games, right? So for me to sit here and tell you that I think that all of a sudden Geno Smith off of that year is going to take this team with Aaron Glenn and turn it into a playoff team, it sounds crazy. It is crazy. Especially when I got the Patriots and the Bills in my division. Right? I just told you the Bills have the second best odds to win the Super Bowl. The Patriots were in the Super Bowl. And they just added A.J. Brown. So, like, I mean, and you have a scenario now where it's the last thing I want to do is go into a season and completely shut it down as a fan, be apathetic, and hope they lose because I got 3 first-round picks so I can find my quarterback. But I also recognize in the grand scheme of things, that's probably in my best interest. You know what I'm saying? Like it
I know, but it's a horrible way to think. It's a horrible way to live your life.
I know, but it's like of all the. Maybe what it comes down to too is like of all the things that you could have done this offseason as far as addressing the quarterback position, we choose Geno Smith, and it's not even Geno Smith off a great season. Like we had that lasting impression of Geno Smith having his jaw broken, right? Now. It wasn't like Geno Smith coming off a great season. It's like you're excited about, hey, he just had a great season. You know, he's back. He'll finish this the right way. He didn't like how it ended in New York, and he's got something to prove. It's like, no, he just had a terrible season on the worst team in the NFL, and now, and now we're bringing him in.
Not only that, he had a terrible season with a team led by a coach that he had probably his best years with in Seattle, and it's still bottomed out. So I can understand why the negativity and the pessimism exist. I really and truly do. 800-919-3776. We come back. We start thinking roast. I also have another Jets angle I want to throw at Rick as well. It's DNR here on ESPN New York. All right, Zuffa Boxing makes its New York City debut on Sunday, July the 26th. That's coming up in a couple of days. Live from the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden with a can't-miss double main event. Brooklyn's own Edgar Berlanga takes on Stephen Butler. It's a 10-round super middleweight showdown, plus undefeated former super lightweight world champion Richard Hitchens faces Ricardo Salas in a 12-round welterweight bout. You want to be there? Well, here's how. ESPN New York, they got your chance to win some tickets. Just open the ESPN New York app. You got to find that contest tile and submit your entry. Don't miss this huge night of boxing brought to you by Madison Square Garden, or get your tickets right now at Ticketmaster.com. Now would also be the appropriate time, like the best time possible, to call in to be part of the roast, which will take place in about, 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so at 800-919-3776. You wait all week to sound off. Now is the time. We're talking Jets, though, as they get ready to begin training camp number 2 under one Aaron Glenn. In a perfect world, we would love to be able to sit here and say, boy, I'm really concerned when it comes to the quarterback position, who's going to be the backup? And that's a legit concern as well, right? Because they don't have a proven veteran sitting there as if something were to happen to Geno Smith and you say, okay, he's going to be the guy. But we just got done talking about how there's questions about QB1. Forget about QB2. And look, I still have a feeling, we talked about this the other day, I do think they will bring in another veteran arm at some point during August, getting ready for the start of the season, when cuts are made and guys are made expendable, even trade, whatever it might be. Jimmy Garoppolo is still out there. I don't know if you saw this. He said he still wants to play, but I can't see Jimmy Garoppolo signing with the Jets. At this stage of his career, you think about how close that guy started in a Super Bowl, for crying out loud. I don't think he's going to come to the Jets and play second fiddle to somebody like Geno Smith.
Well, no, I think, depending on how much you want to play, I think you want to put yourself in a spot where I have the opportunity to actually get snaps and prove to people that I should still be in the league and have a job. So, you look at what we just talked about, right? You look at the skill positions, you look at the offensive line, and you're saying to yourself, hey, maybe I don't think Geno Smith's very good. So, he'll struggle early. I guess there's a real chance that Geno Smith starts the season 0-4. If he doesn't play well in Tennessee, they lose. For whatever reason, lose in Tennessee, then lose the next 3. Hey, it's a good opportunity for me to go in there and play. At least with the Cade Klubnik thing, there is a level of excitement because you get to see a young player and hey, can this kid play or not? There were people that are excited to see Brady Cook play last year and then realized he couldn't. Right?
I think people were excited to see Brady Cook play last year because his name wasn't Justin Fields.
The other problem too is just the whole Aaron Glenn thing. Mm-hmm. It wasn't just what you saw on the field, right? That wasn't good, right? 0-7, Steve Wilkes stinks, the whole thing. It was all of it. There wasn't even hey, but he's the way he handles the media is great. There was maybe a sign at the end of a half. Wow, he handled the end of the half really well there. At the end of the game, or there was nothing.
No.
There was nothing. And then on top of it, continuing to just stick your foot in your mouth oh, I got superpowers calling plays. You just tried to hire Wink Martindale. So you didn't have to call plays. Now all of a sudden we're talking about how you have superpowers? What are you I don't
Right. You're right. You're 1,000% right, because even if you're having a down year, you're starting over with a new head coach, rookie coach, all those things. Like you said, by the end of the season, you hope that you see some signs and that this is headed in the right direction. And you know as well as I do, the last 5 games of the season were a debacle. Because
a write-off.
It was a write-off. That's a good way to put it, because they weren't necessarily putting their best foot forward trying to win. We know that, or else Brady Cook wouldn't have been the quarterback. There was no business that he was starting 5 games, but they did that for a reason, because, they put themselves in a position to where they are right now. I get it. But, now you're starting with a second-year head coach where there's just as many questions about him, maybe more than you had even before year 1.
Right. People were excited going into year 1. You had the Ask Rich thing. Geno's going to take us to the promised land. It's come on, man. What exactly are we doing right now? And that all plays into what I said to you earlier. It's I know I don't have the quarterback, right? Long-term, Geno Smith is not going to be the quarterback. He's not.
Correct.
There's not high hopes that Cade Klubnik's going to be the guy. You have 3 first-round picks. And, oh, by the way, I don't think there's a Jets fan walking that would call you and tell you that they believe that Aaron Glenn is going to be the guy that's going to get us out of this as the head coach. So now, exactly what are we doing? And if they come out and they beat Tennessee and they're competitive against, Green Bay and in Detroit and Chicago, even if they lose and you feel like this thing, okay, you know what, it was year one last year. He's finding his bearings. It's new. Didn't necessarily, try to eliminate having to talk to the media, so clearly it's something he's not comfortable with doing, so he didn't handle it that well. But he's learned and he's figured it out, and this thing looks like it's headed in the right direction. Yeah, great. But there's also the chance you start 0-4, and the locker room's going, what the hell are we doing? Right? You lose for a whole month after starting the season last year with, an 0-7 and 3 wins. It's like, okay, like what are we doing here, guys?
Right. Well, and that's, I think that was part of the onus during the offseason, is that when they went out there and they made moves to bring in guys, it's something that, I even put it on myself. It's not something that I dwelled on too much going into last season, but it really kind of hit home again when you're like, well, why didn't they do this last year? When you have a new coach, we see this all the time. A coach is going to go in, and when he gets his job, he's going to surround himself with people he's familiar with players that know what he's all about, that they have that relationship already pre-existing, to make the transition that much smoother. They didn't do that last year. But now this offseason, he brought in the guys like DeMario Davis and David Omanyata, guys who know Aaron Glenn from the past. You bring in, the trade from Minka Fitzpatrick, who was one of these, culture-type guys, and he's still a pretty good player, to help on the defensive side of the ball. Something they missed out on last year, they made the correction this time around. Now, I don't know how much better that's going to make them, but if you want to say that they learned from their missteps a year ago, okay, now go out there and put this plan into place on the field, because ultimately that's what you're going to be judged by.
Right. This is it. I know it's only year 2, but I got to imagine going into a draft where you have 3 first-round picks, this is it for Aaron Glenn. He needs to show them whether or not he can coach. And you're right. It is weird to me. And I even said this to you the other day, just as far as how I would put my coaching staff together. Right? I have superpowers as a defensive coordinator, calling plays. That's my side of the ball. That's the side of the ball I played at a high level in the NFL. The head coaching kind of hey, you do your own thing. I would probably lean towards more the offensive side of the ball, and then because I can help with the defense. But no, I'll go with Steve Wilkes, who's not very good at his job, and we'll ride that thing out. And it turns out Steve Wilkes isn't good at his job, and he stinks. So, they were interesting decisions that were made last season going into year 1. And I think what frustrated me specifically, just with how the whole process went down and, what you finally came to, was you just went through that. I felt like we just had that conversation with Robert Saleh, right? It's rookie head coach, was a defensive coordinator, and you bring in a rookie offensive coordinator. It's what are you doing? And then we did the same thing. The exact same thing.
Exact same thing. And, Frank Reich is a guy, a lot of people, look, he's been at this thing for a long time. He's well-respected. He's obviously somebody that's had success in this league as a head coach, won a Super Bowl as an assistant coach. And now you're basically turning over the reins of the offense to this guy. And you're hoping that in just 1 year, he's going to be able to get what was, arguably one of the worst, if not the worst offense in football last year, something that's at least you could say is league average. Now, I don't think that's too much to ask with the talent they have on that side of the ball, like we talked about. But the other thing that it presents is that if this team gets out of the gate slow again, and the noise is going to get louder and louder and louder for them to go ahead and make a move, well, you got somebody on your staff already that knows a thing or two about stepping in and being a head coach. Not that that's what he wants to do. And the other thing that I was thinking about, too, remember, when they got rid of Robert Saleh in season a couple of years ago, we all kind of thought that was maybe a rash decision, too premature, right? And that's not something that...
The timing of it wasn't good.
The timing wasn't great, and I don't know how that season would have played out any differently if they held on to Robert Saleh, but that was the first time the owner had ever done that in season before. There was a disconnect between him and that head coach. I think it was kind of obvious, and so he moved on from him. Aaron Glenn, though, is somebody that he has a lot of affinity for. This is the guy he wanted. This is the guy he genuinely likes. He knows him going back decades. I don't think he wants to pull the plug on this experiment any shorter than he has to. But it also wouldn't be a very good look if now you're talking about the last 2 coaches that were hired here didn't even make it through a full season, you know what I'm saying, when they ultimately were shown the door. And that's what you have to
guard against. The timing of this is different, though. And it all ties into just not having your quarterback and having 3 first-round picks. Right? Your job's going to be attractive. I mean, we sit here and talk about all the talent all the time, and now you got 3 first-round picks in a draft. Again, I don't know because we haven't seen what the college football season looks like, but that's supposed to be a really good quarterback draft. I mean, that makes the job enticing. And not to mention the fact the guy's already had 2 bad years. I let him go through another draft. We take a young quarterback. Turns out he still stinks, and now my quarterback's going into year 2 having a new head coach and a new offense. Like, that's the last thing I want to do. There's no sense. There's no reason to do it.
Let's hear from our guy, Rich Cimini, who, of course, covers the Jets for ESPN, talking about Geno Smith and what is expected this season.
The Jets report to training camp on Tuesday, and the big question is the quarterback position. Sound familiar? This year's quarterback is Geno Smith. He's 35 years old. He's coming off his worst season as a starter, having thrown a league-high 17 interceptions with the Raiders last season. Now, the Jets think he's still got some ball left in him. The key is eliminating the negative plays. Over the last 4 seasons, Smith has more sacks and more interceptions than any quarterback in the NFL.
I'm not going to sit here and try to sell you on the fact that you're getting Patrick Mahomes. I'm not. But the situation in Vegas last year was, you talk about dysfunctional and the trickle down. I mean, it was bad, bad, bad. On the field, on the sidelines, you name it. It was an awful situation. And the quarterback always gets the most blame outside of the head coach.
Right. But again, I watched a lot of their games last year, and just the decision-making was not good. Like, you can blame Chip Kelly, you can blame whoever you want. Like, I mean, some of the decisions when you would watch him play, I actually think that for our NFL picks, I was against Vegas quite a bit. It's like, why would you throw that? What are you doing? Or just get rid of the ball. I think my bigger question in this whole thing is, or my bigger problem in this whole thing is like the idea of taking a 35-year-old quarterback that's coming off his worst season and bringing him here. The Jets don't scream to you like, great place for a quarterback to resurrect his career, right? We have a hard enough time. Like, we can't even find a quarterback and develop one. This doesn't seem like the greatest place. Like, hey, Kyler Murray go to Minnesota? I mean, you heard Bart say he thinks Kyler Murray is going to be in the MVP conversation because of the reputation that coach has with quarterbacks. Right, he did it with Sam Darnold. Like, that's a place you would go. If you're a quarterback that is looking to, reestablish who you are and your reputation and show people you can still play. Like, Kevin O'Connell is the guy I'd love to go play for him. I'd love to go play for Sean McVay. I'd love to go play for Kyle. Like, there is a handful of coaches. That's not who we are necessarily. Like, this is where we're going to, worst year of my career, but no worries. I'm going to the Jets. I'll be back.
But do you think when you say, like, the decision to get him as your quarterback, do you look at it from from Geno's perspective or from the Jets' perspective more? Obviously the team, right? Like, why?
The team, yeah. Like, why this decision?
Well, like I said, if you want to see how the sausage is made, I think you look at it from the standpoint of, I think they're cognizant of the fact that they've got 3 first-round picks. They know that Geno at 35 years old is not going to be their guy for, the foreseeable future, that he is a stopgap. He is a Band-Aid. That's all he is.
Right, but
and
why that
stopgap, he puts together a decent year of football. Like, who else could they have gotten, though?
I'd have to go back and look. I mean, there was
No, but, like, I'll give you a guy like Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's not the right fit.
No, I don't want Kyler Murray. I wanted a stopgap, but I'm just saying, like, of the potential stopgaps, like, you go with Geno Smith coming off of his, like, we already know how New York Jets fans feel about Geno Smith, and he's coming off his worst season as a pro. It's like, how are you, like, that's not an easy sell.
No.
And now he's getting in trouble off the field. It's like, come on, guys. Like, get something right once. Like, I don't.
Well, the off the field, here's what I'll say about the off the field stuff. It does certainly open up a can of worms to where you say, all right, decision making, putting yourself in these situations, maybe not the best course of judgment. And remember what ultimately got him out of here the first time around a decade ago. Poor decision making, right?
Yeah.
Poor decision making.
Jaw broken by a teammate.
That's what I'm saying. Poor decision-making off the football field. Like, that had nothing to do with
It's why he was drafted in the second round. I mean, the conversations around him and going to his meetings and everything else is he's answering cell phone calls during meetings. Right? I mean, this is something that hasn't just popped up. I don't know. Listen, maybe he is better. But it's, just the optics of it. It's like, really? This is what we're doing?
The optics are tough. They are. And again, if he gets off to a slow start and this team does not function offensively, you could say, okay, they're going to have a quick hook. But you're going to have a quick hook for what? On the account of what? You're going to go to the bullpen in October? You're going to hand the reins over to a rookie in October? Because right now, that's what it would be. It'd be Cade Klubnik.
Yeah, and that again, going back to what I was saying about the locker room. And you got guys like Garrett Wilson that have been here and Breece Hall that have been here that are used to losing. And it's like, here we go again.
Right.
Here we go again. We all see what's going on, exactly how they saw but Brady Cook's playing. Oh, we know what we're trying to do.
Then you got Breece Hall going up to the front office, probably just like Sauce Gardner, be like, hey, you know what you did with Sauce last year, right after he signed his extension, you traded him. Can you do the same with me?
Yeah, right.
Right. It's going to be the same exact thing. And Garrett's going to sit there and say, thanks for paying me and everything, but what are we doing here?
Can you trade me to a good team, please?
What are we doing? You're wasting away. You sat there and you drafted, a tight end in the first round. Again, you had a second-round pick last year, Mason Taylor, as a tight end. This year, first-round pick. It's what are you collecting all this talent for if this is what we're dealing with at the quarterback position? Only the most important position that you have in the entire sport.
Right, but I think that was the impetus for the meltdown I had last season. Was we're all celebrating. Oh, hey, we just traded Sauce and we just traded Quinnen and we're going to control the drafts and everything else. That was never the intention of what last year was supposed to be. And we've also had this, again, going back to hey, let's bring in a defensive coordinator and hire a rookie offensive coordinator. We've had this situation that you were just celebrating just happened to us.
Right.
Where you had first-round picks and you hit on every one of them except the quarterback. Right? You hit on Breece. You hit on Garrett. You hit on Sauce. You hit on Jermaine John. You hit on all these picks. And the one thing you didn't do was identify the quarterback, and that's why we are where we're at. It's not going to change until we figure that out.
I don't know if they hit on Jermaine Johnson, but that I see.
Well, but I'm saying that was it's not a bad pick.
No, it wasn't Vernon Golston. You're right, but true.
I mean, in one draft, you got the offensive and defensive player of the years, and the one that didn't win it was on pace to win it until he got hurt. Breece would have won it, but he got hurt.
How'd that work out?
You
know what it is, man? It's and I understand the frustration in your voice. A lot of other fans, obviously I deal with it. It's lather, rinse, repeat, unfortunately. Right? Because, the Giants have been bad just like the Jets have been bad. But the difference with the Giants is that if you're a fan right now, you can rest all your hope on a shiny white knight that just walked into the room, a guy with a Super Bowl ring and who has made the playoffs on multiple occasions, has won tons of playoff games, has been playing meaningful games late in the season, basically his entire coaching career. That's what you rest your laurels on. On the other side of things, you're dealing with a head coach entering his second year that is coming off of a 3-win season and a quarterback that is extremely unpopular amongst its fan base and, oh, by the way, is also coming off a very poor season. That's not a great place to start a brand-new football season.
Right. And, oh, by the way, you also have the 3 first-round picks looming where, again, I know that it's picks and it's lottery tickets and you have no idea what the draft is going to look like or how many quarterbacks are going to be available and who's good and who's not because this last draft was supposed to be a good quarterback draft, but still, that's in the back of people's minds also. Right? We would like to we'd like to find the quarterback at some point, and when you have 3 first-round picks in a draft that everyone thinks is going to be a good quarterback draft with the name that everyone knows, which is Arch Manning, at the top of that list right now, it's what's in our best interest right now?
Somebody told me that we might hear from Arch Manning a little bit later on in the show with the stuff you missed. So I'm very, very much looking forward to that.
You heard
Raymond, how March for Arch.
March for Arch. Raymond, how does that work, by the way, with the third first-round pick? The whole Green Bay Dallas tie-in thing.
Worst of the higher of the two. The higher of the two you get. So you can root against Green Bay or you can root against us. Either one works out for you.
So the crappier team of the two, we get their pick.
That goes to you.
Wow. And I told you that Colts pick is going to be pretty sexy in the spring. I really and truly.
So Sauce was younger than he actually says? Yes.
I am. I saw Sauce was on a live stream recently and was up to some behavior. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So that flashed the old timeline yesterday. I like Sauce. A lot.
There's a lot going on football-wise. Oh, we're back. We're so
know why?
back.
The off-season's too long. Is it not? The offseason's way too long.
There's a Rex Ryan impersonator going around Twitter. Did you see this?
If the baseball team that you rooted for was halfway decent.
No, they stink.
Well, this is where we are. We need football to save us.
Micah Parsons loves feet.
Unbelievable.
I said to Ray, that's why Jerry traded him? Because
got a foot fetish.
Imagine he shows up in the same group Rex is at. Hi, I'm Micah, and I also love feet. Hey, Micah, I'm Rex. Nice to see you.
So shout out Brian Costello, our friend from the Post, with doing some sleuth reporting that the Rex Ryan official Twitter account is not real. Is that what is that what's happening here, Ray?
It's an imposter. I just so happened to come across that, and right below Brian Costello's tweet is the Rex Ryan imposter. Unbelievable.
And I see this thing like posting left and right, and he's like, tagging all these like Jet clips and this, and I'm like, how the hell's Rex Ryan doing this? You know what I mean? And like all of a sudden, like waxing poetic about these great moments when he was here with the Jets. It's like, come on.
So it's not really Rex Ryan, is what you're saying, right?
It's not Rex.
That's correct.
But was
it tough guy?
It was Rex though talking that he's an Ella fella though, right? He's one of Ella's fellas. He loves
No,
Ella
that
Langley.
was not Rex.
That wasn't Rex either.
No.
Why
That
don't
was
you
the
go
same
bring
account,
up
I
some
think.
other slappy?
He said he was at the Ella Langley, the show, the Morgan Wallen Ella Langley show, and she said that she had Baltimore in the palm of her hand.
Yeah, I think that was the same account.
Interesting.
So he started with Ella Langley, and then he transitioned into Jet stuff.
Okay.
And he's not real. 800-919-3776. That is the telephone number.
He looked like a slappy, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right, Rex. Let's start lighting up those lines for the morning roast. We're going to do that in a few minutes, but we're going to talk Jets first with Jeff in East Windsor, who's next here on ESPN New York. Hello, Jeffrey. How are you?
I'm very well. How you guys doing today?
Good, Jeff. What's up, bud?
Well, look, I love the Jets, man. I really do. But I have to say this, and I get that we have to kind of have some optimism going into the season, but I would like you to explain to me how this team has all this talent. Like, for example, Garrett Wilson is a talented wide receiver. Who is he better than on the schedule that they're facing? He still has Geno Smith throwing him the ball. Aaron Glenn is in way over his head. I cannot drink this Kool-Aid anymore, fellas. I just can't throw this hope out until I actually see some kind of results. I can't take this. I can't take this positive talk. I just can't, man.
Well, Jeff, we can't sit here and say you're wrong. It's been how many years, right?
That's right. But, like, the talk of, like, well, look at the offensive side of the ball, the talent that they have. Well, what is the talent that they have? I don't understand. Like, position by position, for example, where are they better than any team in their division? I love Breece Hall. I think Breece Hall is that guy, but is he the guy that's going to make them better? Are they better than any team they're playing on their schedule?
Miami might be the worst team in the league this year.
Yeah,
if you just want to look at the division,
I don't even think
Jeff.
that's fair, though. I think you're missing the point. I understand what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
I mean, forget. It's why you get in trouble when you start doing this win-loss stuff before a season, right? Because you're looking at names on a piece of paper as opposed to, like, I mean, how do these names fit in the system? The problem with what you're saying is that not the problem. I think the intricacies of what you're saying here is yes, Breece Hall is a really good running back. Like, I think you'd be crazy not to see watch Breece Hall play and say he's a really good running back. Could he be better in a better system with a better quarterback? Yes, Garrett Wilson has shown you that he's capable of being a really good wide receiver. Problem is that when you start talking about the other teams specifically in this division, you got, and this is by list that we've just seen. You have the best quarterback in the NFL that plays in Buffalo, and you got a guy that was second in the MVP running race last. That's what makes it different. Like, those guys are going to get the best out of what they have around them. I don't think.
Like I said, it's not the benchmark, but Miami stinks. Like, Miami's tanking this year. You know, so if you want to say in your division, I mean, that's not the goal to be not last place in the AFCs, but the Jets should not be last place this year because Miami will occupy that fourth
what's
spot.
hard is, and you start going through this, and he's like, well, what running back is Breece Hall better than that you play? I don't know. If you took Breece Hall and put him on Buffalo, how good would Breece Hall play? Or if Garrett Wilson was on Buffalo, or the team that actually has a legitimate quarterback, how much better could they be? A lot better. Right? I mean, do you think that Do you think?
Yeah, but you can't look at it that way, though.
No,
It's
but that's
not-
what he's saying. But that's what he's saying, though.
But I know, but it's wrong. Like, look, here's the bottom line. And I hate to do this because ultimately we know what happened, but think about all the Aaron Rodgers Kool-Aid we were drinking a few years ago, right? Remember, the Jets had this great defense statistically, all that young talent on that side of the ball. Offensively, though, they were being held back by poor quarterback play. So now you got a guy who's the future Hall of Famer, 4-time MVP. You bring him in here. I'll sit here and tell you that from a skill position standpoint, like just looking at and even the offensive line, the Jets are better positioned offensively, minus the quarterback, going into 2026 than they were when Aaron Rodgers got here. They got more talent on that side of the ball today than they did then.
Yeah, see, I think the interesting question would be is if you could ask, right, like if you could ask a quarterback, like a good quarterback in the NFL, right, you know, take the coach out of it, take all the different things out of it, take the history of the organization out of it. If I just gave you this piece of paper with this group of skill position players, where would it rank on your list? Right, like
at least middle of the pack.
Right, I think that's the better way to do it.
Yeah,
because I'm telling you, if you had John Harbaugh as your coach and Jackson Dart as your quarterback, the conversations around the Jets right now would be that this team could be a playoff team.
100%.
But that's not the case because we don't have the coach and we have Geno Smith.
You said it earlier in the show. The two most important things that you need for your football team, apart from ownership, of course, but you're talking about the head coach, the quarterback. In this day and age in the National Football League, and the Jets have major, major questions with both of those. You're listening to DiPietro and Rothenberg, WHSQ, WCBS-FM, HD2, New York. All right, we'll get back to the football talk a little bit later on. It is Friday. It is roast time. I know that Rick is chomping at the bit. Maybe he's going to roast a power surge or two. If he has that in his ammo this morning, we shall see. But Raymond, it's time for the roast.
This is why I'm hot. Is the morning roast.
All right. You waited all week for this. Not just all morning, all week long. Hell, I was in another country when the week began. So I'm all fired up. I got a lot of stuff I want to throw out there. And Rick, we're always welcoming new listeners to the program. Always. So maybe this is the first Friday that they're locked into the show at 8 o'clock. And maybe this is the first time that they've heard a concept of this roast. Like what? They're probably like driving around like, what is a roast? What the hell's a roast? Help explain it to me. What is this roast you speak of? Rick, why don't you tell them what the roast is all about?
Well, the roast is therapeutic, Daniel, right? And we offer it on a Friday because we all recognize how important your weekend is, right? As you adult, which I don't care what anyone tells you, adulting's not great. It's not fun. A lot of hard work. You got a lot of things that may bother you throughout the week. And what we want you to be able to do is call us at 1-800-919-3776 and get whatever that is off your chest. Could be your team. It could be Dan. Could be me. It doesn't matter. Whatever's bothering you and could potentially lead to a less than unbelievable weekend, tell us. We'll sort it out. And I promise you, by the time you hang up that phone, you will feel so carefree and excited that you'll probably have the greatest weekend of all time.
Right. I mean, you got Legionnaire's disease out there. You might want to roast that, you know?
Where are we at? We were at 84 yesterday. Are we up?
I haven't seen the numbers today. I just saw this new bacteria thing that's also circulating. It's just...
It's another diarrhea one, right?
Yeah, you got the runs. That's what it is. So don't eat anything.
87.
Oh, we're up to 87.
Up to 87.
I almost ordered a salad last night.
By the way, is that all in? Is the 87? Is that all in the city, or is that like nationwide?
This is New York City.
No, that's great.
Yeah. No worries, though. We have no AC. Don't worry about it. We're good. This is for
if I can make it here, I can make it anywhere.
Health reasons.
Nixon 5, Legionnaires in 87. 800-919-3776. Let's get to the roast. We're going to go out to Ohio. That's right. This show has a far, wide reach. And start with Josh, who's roasting here on this Friday. Josh, good morning. How are you, pal?
Good morning, gentlemen. And I have a two roast. Number one, this is more topic. It's Austin Wells. Since last year, he cannot hit since when my friend of mine got into a relationship. Now, with my friend will marry this year, you better show up, Austin Wells, or you get traded by Francisco Alvarez. That's my number one roast. Number two, I hate to say this. This is for Rick DiPietro. This week has been too much topic with off the topics, including that you're roasting David with his health issues, and I was laughing at work. And then also you're causing running the clock with your bizarre topics and mostly with TV-14 jokes. Sorry, Rick. I mean, love your enthusiastic, but your topics sometimes can get off too much and that causing on the clock at all. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Rick, it did get a little extreme this week. You know, and I was uncomfortable, actually.
I think we know what the show is.
What did I get roasted for? I didn't really.
I think he's saying you went off topic too much.
You went off topic too much. You made fun of the diverticulitis with Dave, all the other, jocularity jokes and all this other stuff. It's too much.
I mean, it's kind of the show at the same time.
I didn't realize I made fun of it, but okay. I just thought it was interesting that
Rick did not make fun of Dave having diverticulitis.
I mean, Dave is also the same person that has wished that he could come down with something that would help him lose weight where he didn't have to actually work out.
Can't be denied.
And he gets his wish.
Parasite comes in handy in that case.
I think if he knew the amount of pain he would be in, he would not have signed up for that, though.
I think he would have, because guess what happened? He lost 7 pounds and then walks into Brownshre's office, and Brownshre told him he's got drip. So
now he's
Dave
all
thinks
excited.
He's drippy.
Is there a drug for the diverticulitis?
I mean, there's
Medication?
painkillers. There's painkillers, and what do you call
I got drip.
Antibiotics.
There's definitely medication for that.
So there's definitely. My God. So I told you that my mom has it, right?
What,
my
drip
mom,
or the
no,
diverticulitis?
the diverticulitis.
No, I don't think you said that.
So my mom had a case, and she was in the hospital for quite a bit, and she had to have something they call it a PICC line, where they have to give you like an IV, but you have to have like the antibiotics being fed to you at all times. So like this IV is like in a little ball, and it's attached to you, and you leave the hospital with it. She had that for a good amount of time till she felt better. Thankfully, she hasn't had any issues with it since. But yeah. So I mean, Dave's case could have been a lot worse. Dave just felt pain and couldn't eat Mexican food for that birthday dinner.
Yeah, imagine Dave at the food cart outside getting his hard-boiled eggs and his green tea with the IV bag on the pole next to him or whatever.
No. So like I said, it's like in a little ball. I can't describe it. Like it's attached to your arm, and the ball contains like the medicine, and like you just carry that around with you. And going outside, probably I couldn't see Dave.
How do you get
managing day to day?
Show us. Like, how little was the ball? Have Harvey, show us what little balls looks like.
Oh, my God. See, no. Okay, Josh has a point now. Josh has a point.
Rick took the roast and he ran with it.
Get this man off the air now.
Yeah, exactly. On that note, let's say hi to Stephen Boonton. He's got a roast. Stevie, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. My roast is for fast food delivery. Not even the big guys like the Ubers, Eats, and this, that, and the other thing. I'm talking about my local pizzeria. If I order a pizza, a salad, and an order of mozzarella sticks, they tell me, half hour, 45 minutes. So by the time it gets there, the mozzis are soggy, the pizza's cold, and so then I took the delivery driver out of it. So then I started saying, all right, I will go and pick it up. I call, same order, half hour, 45 minutes. I don't agree with that. So I show up in 15 minutes, and little do I know, my pizza's sitting on top of the pizza thing, my mozzis and my salad are sitting on the counter. If I would have waited the 45 minutes, which they told me to do, it would have been the same thing, and I would have gotten cold and nasty stuff. Just get your act together and know how long it takes to make a pizza. Like, how hard is that? It's just, I haven't gotten a good mozzarella stick or a warm pizza since the pandemic. It's ridiculous.
Steve, I feel your pain. I really and truly do. But that's one of those things that you have to almost kind of prepare yourself for, right? I mean, like, mozzarella sticks don't travel well. Fries don't travel well. Like, if you go out, if you get, like, fast food, you get fries, like, you almost got to eat them in the car before you get home.
Yeah, well, it's the risk you run, though. But, I mean, it's the risk you run. I mean, yeah, the pizza box isn't really, conducive to getting the pizza the way that you'd like it, because it's still steaming itself as it's in the box.
Right, and sometimes
a nice tip, though, I will say, nice tip. If you've decided that you want to eliminate the delivery driver because you don't like how your pizza shows up, I can't give you a fix for the mozzarella sticks. I don't know how to fix that. I will tell you, though, once you pick the pizza up, pull the box Leave it open a little bit. Let the steam release itself. So
okay.
you don't soggy it up.
Nice. Because sometimes you get home, you put the pizza in the oven for 5 minutes just to crisp it up a little bit.
Listen, get a nice pizza stone. Heat that bad boy up. Throw a couple slices on that, and you're right there. You're right back.
And that's what it's made for.
Yeah.
Let's say hi to Bobby in Yonkers up next here on the Friday Roast.
Hey,
Hello, Bobby. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Love the show. And early happy birthday to your September 19th brother, because we have the same birthday, Rick.
Oh, happy birthday, buddy.
I agree with you 100%. Oh, well, not yet. I'll be 64. I don't like them anymore. But
yeah, me either.
Listen, love your show. And I agree with what you said. I don't see us winning with Aaron Glenn and Geno Smith. Now, I'm going to take the positive. I believe they will, be removed, and Reich will take over. I think Cade, maybe we get lucky. I've been a fan since '67. I haven't had a lot of luck. Maybe Cade becomes or Tom Brady or something like that. And you do have a decent team. You just need a better coach with McDermott and Tomlin out there. Maybe we go to Parcells route after Kotite.
We'll see. It's a possibility. Bobby, thank you for the phone call, and that's on me. I'll take the hit on that one. You could roast me. That was not a roast call, and I took it, and I shouldn't have. That's on
it's his birthday. We get the same birthday, so he gets a pass.
All right, so we'll give.
That man is suffering. Listen to him.
Yeah, he's a Jets
but
fan.
Not for nothing. Your birthday's 2 months away. What are you, 10 years old?
I didn't say it.
Happy early birthday. Really, the happy
How
early
am I getting
really
blamed for
threw
this?
me off.
I'm not even looking forward to the birthday.
I'm not blaming you. I don't blame you.
I mean, the amount of pressure I feel right now to get a colonoscopy is, it's craziness.
Poked, prodded, cameraed. That's going to be you, my friend. Ian in Asbury is up next year on the roast. Hello, Ian. How are you?
Good morning, boys. I would be better. This is an active roast. So my wife and I have had a tough go the last couple months. We had a tree fall in our house and my car, and so we were like, you know what? Let's go on a vacation. Let's get away. Let's escape all the misery back at home. So we do that. So we take yesterday we fly to Florida with my 1-year-old son as well, and of course we're American Airlines is my roast. We're stuck on the tarmac for an hour before we take off, and then we are stuck on the tarmac 2 hours after we land, which with a 1-year-old is obviously
a nightmare.
A grand old time.
Oof.
Yeah, it was a nightmare. And then for me, not only am I now dealing with the 1-year-old, but also my wife is not happy, so I got to make sure that everyone's happy, and so do what you can there. And I'm like, you know what, we got here, whatever it is. And then they decide, you know what, let's just throw in another one. They then lost my luggage. And so we get to the resort, and we don't have our luggage, obviously, and we put in a claim, and they said that they're going to find it. And then at night, they said they found it, and that it'll get delivered to the resort by midnight. And then I woke up around 2 a.m. hoping to have it, and it wasn't there. So at 4 o'clock this morning, I drove to the airport, and there was the line longer than I've ever seen, and I had to wait 3.5 hours, and I ended up, after a lot of rude conversations, I finally get my luggage. And so it's been a nightmare, but I'm roasting American Airlines because that was all ridiculous.
Do they give you credit? Like, how did they make up for it?
I wanted to get out of there so badly that I just took what I got. I got what I needed, and I got out of there. So I figured I didn't want to spend any other minutes. I'll call him back one day.
Ian, you better. I mean, for your troubles. I mean, Rick, that could have ruined the entire trip.
Well, yeah, I mean, first of all, off to a terrible start. I mean, having a 1-year-old traveling is not easy, period, and then having an extra 3 hours, one before you take off and 2 after you take off, to try to figure out how we're going to keep this 1-year-old entertained and happy, and then no luggage. He might have to sacrifice a live chicken. Like, he's got to do something. Tree on the house and the car, and then trying to take a vacation. I mean, this is not
He's lucky
good
the plane
juju
didn't
right
get
now.
struck by lightning at the start that he was off to.
This is not great.
And you know how bad things could be, especially on the first day of a trip when you don't have your luggage. Like, even if you go lay out by the sun, if you're not well prepared, I mean, think about what could happen to your left side.
You burn it off.
You burn it off.
Right off.
Let's say hi to Subi in Midtown, who's next. He's got a little roasting. Subi, good morning. How are you?
Hey, guys, I'm roasting the modern baseball fight, baseball brawl. It's not even a brawl anymore. You just saw the Caballero Pirate situation. The guy was blowing kisses at Caballero. Everyone's clearing the benches and just standing around for the last 2 years. This has been going on. The worst is when the bullpen comes out all the way from the bullpen and just runs down and then goes back. That's embarrassing. I mean, if you're going to go out there, throw a punch, get something involved like the Bautista fight with Odor. I mean, let's see a baseball fight. We haven't seen that in the last couple of years. and essentially everyone's scared to get fined or this, that. I mean, what's the point of clearing the benches? You know, it's embarrassing, actually.
My favorite part of the baseball fight, and Subi, thanks for the phone call, is just when it's nothing. You know what I mean? When it's just, it's literally just like some
nothing.
like finger pointing, but yet they all come running in from the bullpen to get their cardio in. You know what I mean? Like, that's my favorite part of it.
Just let them fight. Just let them fight. That's it.
800-919-3776. All right, how about one of us go? I think it's time. How about Raymond? I want to hear from you. You said you've got a couple stored up. Maybe just maybe one that even was topical this morning. Yes? No?
So you guys know that I live in an apartment complex kind of, structure, and I like it there. I enjoy it. Just re-upped my lease again.
Look at you. Congrats.
Thank you. But one of the things about living in apartments these days is a lot of them have fire alarms. And to call it a fire alarm is probably a massive understatement. It's probably one of, if not the loudest fire alarm I've ever experienced in my life. So it hasn't gone off much for me in the several years that I've lived there. But when it has, boy, it scares the you-know-what out of you. And so one went off on Wednesday night, a little after 9:30, just as I was about to go to sleep. So you can imagine how unsettling that was. I've got one in my living room, and again, really loud. Then you go out into the hallway, and there's several. Like, it actually hurts your ears out in the hallway. So it's clearly designed for you to not be out there, too long. Just get out, go downstairs, and wait for the fire department to arrive and do what they got to do, right? So, that's always a process. It takes time. They got to clear the building, make sure everything's good. Take a look. Police department arrives first. A fire supervisor comes. Then the actual fire truck. They check everything. I'd say it takes about a half hour. As they're leaving, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. I stop the policeman and the fire supervisor and say, hey guys, everything's good. It's like, yeah, it's fine. Do you have any idea what set it off? The police officer looks at me and just, I don't know. It looks like it's malfunctioning. Immediately, I say to myself, "Oh, great! So it could go off again." Like, no, you should be fine. All right, and go upstairs. I was working on pre-show stuff for yesterday's show. I get back to try to finish it. Not 10 minutes later, fire alarm goes off again. And again, super loud. I contemplated. I'm just gonna stay up here and just work through it. Really couldn't. So I take my laptop downstairs and I go wait outside again and just try to work while I'm waiting for the fire department to come back and do its thing. They come back, they check again, they do the thing like, no, it's fine. I think we got it. You don't have to worry anymore. All right, great. So the malfunctioning is one thing. While I was out there, when I tell you, there must be like a mosquito nest or something nearby because I got eaten up, dude. Like, especially on my left arm, they were just like living there. It killed me. So on top of losing sleep, because by the time everything got settled, it's like well after 10 o'clock. Lose sleep there. And then I'm losing sleep for the fact that my arm is swelling up and itching. Can't fall asleep. Got to do the show in the morning. So usually my lack of sleep can be blamed on my own work habits. And I've got nobody to blame for that but myself. This time, the building and the mosquitoes just eating into my sleep.
So faulty fire alarms, no sleep, attacked by mosquitoes, all rolled into one. That's your roast.
All into one.
I feel for you, buddy.
Oh, well, it's Friday. We're all good.
I feel for you. Harv, you got anything roast-worthy today?
Yeah, I do. It's going to be tough to follow up Raymond, but I'm not sure if
Is it really?
Yeah. Wow.
You're on one today, man.
I'm getting text messages from people that say, I wish someone pulled the fire alarm during that roast.
So I'm not sure if you guys heard the news early this week or saw something in the... I think we lost Dan today. Good job, Rick.
Oh, my God.
So I'm not sure if you guys heard the news earlier this week, but apparently there's going to be a new movie on Lou Gehrig. And so, with these movies and these celebrities and all-star athletes and everything, you got to find someone to pick out who's going to play these athletes. And so I'm reading the article, and who but none other than Glenn Powell to play as Lou Gehrig. And I thought to myself, this is the best that Hollywood could do, is to have Glenn Powell acting as Lou Gehrig. What are we doing? This is the guy that had that, what is it, Chad Powers? The guy that had that other movie with Sydney Sweeney. This is the guy with the tight skin and the tight chin and all that. This guy's going to play Lou Gehrig in a movie? Are we serious? It reminded me of when, who was it, Kevin James that played as Sean Payton?
No.
Like, this is bad.
No,
this is
bad.
awful.
Glenn Powell's a handsome, hot
He
actor
is
right now.
not
What are
the
you
guy
talking
to
about?
play Lou Gehrig. This
Lou
is not the
Gehrig
guy for
was
him.
The Iron Horse. He
the
was
Iron
built
Horse,
like a
the
horse.
Yankee legend. I'd rather have Gary Cooper or the corpse of Gary Cooper from the Pride of the Yankees play as him. Whatever happened to Gary Cooper?
I
The
was
strong,
wrong.
silent type.
Ray's roast is
That's
not
an
the roast of the
American.
day.
Rick doesn't have as good a roast as this one. This is a horrendous job of Hollywood.
And
Get
what
this
really
guy
was-
out of here.
What really would have set Harvey off is if he knew that originally Michael B. Jordan turned down the role of Lou Gehrig. And
I'd rather have Michael B. Jordan as this.
Believe it or not.
I mean, Glenn
That's what the
Powell, I think,
oddity
is on the short list of, like, if people are, hey, who would you like to play you in a movie about you? Glenn
But
Powell,
Harvey, like, this isn't.
not a
I don't think they're
terrible
casting
choice.
Glenn. They're not casting Glenn Powell for this to be like a box office, banana.
Then don't do the movie. Then don't do the movie. Get rid of it. We're good with it. You've already got one movie.
It's not. It's not
It
called
just
Lou
sounds
Gehrig
like you don't like Glenn
Doomsday.
Powell.
Yeah. Very anti-Glenn Powell.
I just got a text that said, "Bring back the fire alarm story."
Oh, you know what's funny? I don't even know if you really did get a text, but it's still funny regardless of what you said. Like, you could have just claimed it as your own.
Good stuff, fellas. Good stuff.
Let's get one more from the call. Let's say hi to Wes in East Hanover. He's got a roast. Hello, Wesley. Good morning.
Morning, fellas. Hey, Rick, real quick. I pre-ordered the hat. I put the wrong shipping address. I sent an email, so I just want to make sure that it gets to the right address. So we can deal with that later, but it is what it is.
If you send
so
an email,
here's what
I'm sure that we'll take care of it.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So I'm roasting myself and others who are like me. Those of us who used to exercise, who used to be really good athletes, who now have prioritized work or not even prioritized work and family, but know that they need to get out there and don't do it anymore. So I had it on a silver platter this week. My wife comes up to me, and she's great about doing her yoga and her Peloton. And she says, you know what? I want to run a marathon.
Oh, no.
And I was like, you want to run a marathon? I run 5. And I'm like, this is prime for me to get back into it. And here I am this week. I haven't put on the shoes at all. So, Wes, get it together. Those of us who know we need to get back out on the road or we need to get back in the gym, get back in the gym, get back out on the road. It is time to get into exercise. Appreciate it, guys. Have a great weekend.
Wes, weren't you the one a couple of years ago or whatever that was cautioning me about the bleeding nipples when you run too much or something? Wasn't Wes the guy?
Well, no, I mean it might have been Wes, but this is something I've heard from numerous people. I think he's got someone you know that got heavy into running had the nipple situation.
Yeah, see, that's
early on in
never
the
been an
journey.
issue.
Yeah, you gotta wait till those nippies callus up a little bit, you know. Maybe have your wife bite on them a little. You getting into running?
Is that a thing?
You should see how dark they are right now because of that. Especially the left one, Rick.
Like crispy pepperoni. Let me see. Put some hot honey on those things.
Yeah, it's like a part of a charcuterie board.
Oh.
Go ahead, give me a roast. Go ahead. Maybe somebody will text your roast. Go ahead.
I don't have a fire alarm story or a Glenn Powell story. All right, I got 3 mini roasts. Okay, 3 mini roasts. First one is me. Okay, I used to take real pride in my driving. Thought I was a great driver. Recently, I stink. Accident in Maryland. I stink. Accident in Maryland. It just I don't know what happened. Blind side, whatever you want to call it. Blind spot. Unacceptable by me. My wife's got me running down the highway picking up pieces of the van. Okay, that's one. How do I bounce back? Prove to everyone that no, one mistake. That doesn't make me a bad driver. Is trying to turn around because there's an accident in the road, right? I got to turn around now, go the other way because that road's closed. Think I got enough room. Boom. Sideswipe the curb. Okay? With everyone in the car. Not by myself, which I get, hey, it wasn't my fault. No, with everyone watching, all the pressure in the world, bang, curb. I stink right now. I stink to the point where my wife is replacing me driving. She'll just get in the car and step in the driver's seat, and I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, you know what I'm doing. You stink. Fine. That's 1. 2.
Wow.
I don't understand how this is possible. It's happened to me multiple times. You guys can tell me if it's happened to you. I like Chipotle, especially baseball game. Need to grab something in a pinch. Chipotle's a great option. I roll into Chipotle at 8 o'clock. Doesn't close till 11. How are we out of stuff at 8 o'clock? You got 3 hours. You're open still. How can you have no corn, no cheese, and no guacamole left for the rest of the night? None.
I gotta be honest with you. Chipotle fell off.
They stink.
They fell off.
I don't know what's going on with them.
You go with the corn?
Yeah, the corn's delicious.
Corn salsa is great. Yeah,
it's phenomenal.
Corn is tough to digest.
It's good as part of the meal.
I'm not thinking about how this thing's going to digest in my stomach. All I'm thinking about is
he's not eating corn by itself.
Right.
I understand.
I'm not just
Even
having
as a
bowl
topping, I'm saying. I never.
What do you want in your bowl? Any meat and bean? No, just give me corn. That's it. No, it's a little accoutrement on the bowl. There's no corn on it, so
it brings a value. Don't defend this.
Thank you.
Corn brings a value.
The final one, Major League Baseball. Okay, what are you doing? The Jose Caballero thing. It's one thing if you want to. The rule already exists. We're going to start calling them. Let the Yankees know, please. Like, just let them know that, hey, this is what's happening. They actually said to Jose Caballero, do it at 9 instead. Let's not play games. If you want to do it at 9, do it at 9. Let's not wait till 8 just to be safe. And they still give them the violation. At least let them know going into the game. And the whole idea that it's just me who loves baseball trying to play, you're doing it to gain an edge. Call it what it is, right? You adapted to the rule. You figured out how you could use it to your advantage, so you did it. I don't think he's deceiving the pitcher. Like I said to you, it's not like he looks you in the face and then puts his head down. Like he engages you at 9 seconds. He found a loophole that they've now closed, but it would have been nice if they actually let the Yankees know before they closed the loophole.
It's not about deception. Like I said, it's about just trying to throw the pitcher off as much as you can.
Yeah, because the pitcher can wait the pitcher can sit there and make you wait too.
Right. Well, that's Garrett Cole's issue, right? That's what happened with him, why he got called for the balk. He got thrown off by the clock being turned off. Listen, I wish it gave Caballero more of an edge than, what is he batting, 244? Wish it gave him a little bit more of an edge than that, but whatever. He was definitely being targeted.
That's it.
You got a fifth one or no?
Oh, I said that 3 little mini roasts. I mean, why are you so anti-corn? Is that what I mean? The corn is delicious.
Not that I'm anti-corn. I think it was appropriate though that you use the Caballero thing because I think you might have even exhausted the entire pitch clock with all those roasts.
Wow.
They're real feisty today, huh?
I just got a text. Please, Rick, disconnect.
Because that way,
you know what?
See, that's funny.
Do your cats have cell phones? There's no way. I mean, you don't have friends that would text you. Tell your mom I said hi.
Please, Rick, check the Wi-Fi in your house, please.
Dude, the cats have cell phones.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't even go. This is
tell
all right,
Mr.
real quick.
Tell Mr. Bigglesworth and your mom I said hi.
That's the cat you went with of all the famous cats.
Oh no, Harvey wouldn't associate himself with a bald cat. He'd probably all fur and nasty.
That might be next.
There's no way.
You know what?
Cat.
I'm gonna
real quick. Real quick. So I'm going to go back to the flight industry. Obviously, you had the trip or whatever. Every time I'm on a plane, I'm reminded of the fact that they really need to do something, and I think everybody has a hand in it, to put the passenger's mind at ease. Like anytime you're flying, obviously there's always that just shred of apprehension that you have up when you're in a plane. And then let's say if you encounter some weather, and there's some turbulence, and you're bouncing up and down or whatever, why does the pilot have to get on the loudspeaker so everybody in the damn plane can hear it, especially when the plane's a little shaky, and then you hear him say, "Flight attendants, please take your jump seats." Can we please come up with a different name than jump seats? Because when you hear the term jump seats, Rick, what do you think that the seat is going to be used for?
Jumping?
To jump!
Who
wants to think about jumping when you're up in an airplane?
Yeah, but they're not jumping. There's no parachutes. Well, I do believe that we don't have parachutes.
But but again, nobody here could play God. Can we at least come up with a different name to where, if the captain goes over the loudspeaker, he's like, your jump seat. How do you say your seats? Why does it say your jump seats? Because I'm thinking that's a seat that is only there because you're going to use it as a jumping mechanism.
I feel like I should have let you borrow one of my roasts.
No. And I think that a lot of people would agree with me, too.
I believe that there should be parachutes on planes, period. I would like a parachute.
The plane could parachute.
That's not a terrible idea either, but I'd take my chances just jumping with a parachute than just, hey, we're going down. I would know. Pop that emergency door up. I'll jump right out. Get me to like 10,000 feet. Bye-bye.
You an exit row guy? You a volunteer, do all the dirty work, help the passengers, all that stuff?
I'm an even more room guy.
The term jump seat originates from early 20th century carriage and automobile designs where the seat literally had to, quote, jump out of the way.
Right.
There you go.
And you know what, Ray? We've had 2 centuries to come up with a different name. 4 freaking letters. And we could have just got rid of the jump and said seat. Flight attendants, take your seats. That's it. That's all you have to say. Why do they have to specify it with jump seats? It's called fear-mongering. I thought we were past that.
I think you just keep an eye on the sense of urgency that the flight attendants have. When you get in the turbulence, if they look like it's easy peasy, no big deal.
Yeah, but you can't see them anyways.
You can see them moving around the cabin. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
if
but
all of a
when they
sudden they're
have to
walking
take their
around
seats, you
and then
can't
you start
see
hitting
them.
turbulence and they go bombing into their seat and it's like, oh, they look nervous. That's when I start to get a little nervous.
So where are you guys? What do you mean?
They're nervous. I'm nervous.
Excuse me. What do you mean? Did you say jump seats? What do you mean jump? That's my point.
So that wasn't great.
Make people calm, man.
Bring that up the next time that you have pre-flight announcements. Bring it up.
And don't think for a second that I wasn't going to say something and I had to be talked out of it.
The U.S. Marshals will definitely not come for you.
Like when we were walking off the plane, I was like, I'm just going to be like, hey, could we maybe come up with a different term than jump seats, please? And they probably would have apprehended me in Newark, and then somebody
maybe
else
put
is doing
together
the show today.
maybe you put together a petition. Maybe that's your next hey, I'll do all this. Like there's some extra things I'd like to do during the week with my time off. Petition.
I'll go to the airport like a nut job and just walk around the terminal trying to get signatures. How about that? Because that's going to be received well.
Or get like one of those inflatable, like those big inflatable rats.
The rats. A big inflatable seat.
Yeah, can you please sign my petition? No more jump seat.
Good job with the roast. 800-919-3776. Now, it was one of Rick's mini roasts, and there were a lot of them, but we'll maybe expand the conversation a little bit, talk a little baseball with the Yankees. They got a big series this weekend against the Phils. And, yes, even Jose Caballero, who will weigh in once again on the little mishap there with the pitch clock from the other day. It is Dan and Rick. It is DNR, ESPN New York. And at 8:34, we got to check on the roads and say good morning, Debbie Duhame.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Rick. I've got to roast Cam Scattaboo for doing that backflip at Fanatics Fest this week. Hey, Cam, that was dangerous. You are roasted. Guys, let's see what's going on. Cross Bronx westbound, roasted here, getting out toward White Plains Road. It's an accident, so traffic is really busy over there. We're seeing delays on the Grand Central Parkway eastbound, getting out toward Jewel Ave with some ongoing construction and taking a ride over to Mineola Boulevard in Mineola. It's an accident there as well. Sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MAD-HELP, or visit mad.org. I'm Debbie Duhame, 880 ESPN New York.
Time now for your weekend weather report. It's brought to you by Neutral. Perfect weekend weather-wise. Whether you're going to the beach, out and about, anywhere. Mostly sunny skies. Highs in the upper 70s, probably going into the 80s. Gentle breeze. Saturday, Sunday. Dry conditions. Ideal to get outside and do your thing. That was your weekend weather report brought to you by Neutral. Keep it tasty with Neutral Vodka Seltzer made with real vodka and real fruit juice. Enjoy responsibly. DNR, Dan and Rick, 800-919-3776. That is the telephone number. I meant to ask, by the way, because you just kind of slipped it into the one of many roasts that you had. What happened in Maryland? Accident? Like, what's going on here with your driving?
Yeah, driving accident. Was in the swaggin' wagon, trying to get over to get to Starbucks, and guess didn't see the person in my blind spot, and driver's side of the van just see you later.
Done.
From back tire all the way right up to the bumper.
Really?
Ripped a piece. Oh yeah. I told you. I was running down like it's not a highway, but it's like I don't even know how to describe it. You're not from Long Island. I would say it's like a Jericho turnpike or something like that. And it's at a speed limit is probably like 55 or whatever it is. I'm running down the highway picking up pieces of the van. Cass is like, look, there's the piece just sitting right there. Just bang a Yui and go pick it up. So I'm running down like with pieces of the van, trying to stick them back on the van.
So you didn't stop at all to engage with the other driver?
I did. Yeah. We stopped, exchanged all the paperwork and everything else, and then I'm missing pieces of the van, and then they're just sitting there on the road. It's like let's pick them up, and the AC broke somehow. It was brutal.
So you got a broken AC, you got pieces of van debris that you're just like all lumped into the car with a full carload of people.
Yep.
On a road trip.
Kids all watching.
Yeah, that must have been a very, very glorious atmosphere that you had going.
It was not. It was not. They were very. My daughter was like, "Really, Dad? Really? You didn't see that car?" I was like, "No, honey, I didn't see that car."
Did you need the Starbucks that bad?
And now we have no air condition. It was like a wet T-shirt contest because guess what color T-shirt Dad's wearing right now? White. And Dad's soaking, dripping wet. Luckily, I'm telling you right now. I mean, thank God for All American Ford because I called them. They always take care of me, and they're like, okay, no worries. We'll send down a loaner, and we'll take your van. So
Ray, you know what this is, right? This is why he's so reliant on Tom Bauer to get the Starbucks, because he gets into accidents when he has to go to Starbucks.
Can't be trusted.
That's what we're doing?
Yeah, I can't be trusted.
I noticed how you snuck in the wet T-shirt thing in there. Is that also an inappropriate game to play?
For Dan, it is. In the office, but I'm thinking balloons, wet T-shirt contest. Hey, I mean, the guy's a bit of a freak. I think we've all recognized that.
Who are we talking about now?
You.
How so?
You. Yeah, what do you mean, how so? We did a feud where it's like inappropriate games to play in the workplace.
I forgot about that. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, you and your charcuterie board nipples.
They're beautiful.
Doing a wet T-shirt contest.
They're beautiful.
I brought these white T-shirts. Yeah. This is what we're dealing with.
I'm thinking something, I don't know, like water balloons.
Water balloons?
Like wet T-shirts or something.
A wet T-shirt contest.
That's unbelievable.
Ray, not for nothing. Why would you save that? Was that really save-worthy?
I had to save something from that
we
segment.
used it for the plays. I think it was a play of the week. Plays of the week.
Oh, it was a play. Okay, play. So was that the last straw?
What do you mean? Why would I save it?
I didn't think it was that memorable to save, is what I'm saying.
You suggested having a wet T-shirt contest as a game to play in the office.
I didn't suggest it. It was a question on the feud, and I provided an answer. What was the question again? Like, what was the actual verbiage?
Spin the bottle, twister, like inappropriate
a game.
games.
Yeah, that would be inappropriate to play in the workplace.
Well, wouldn't that be inappropriate?
I don't know that it's an actual game that is played.
Yeah, right. I don't think that's a game that's playing. I think that's like it's a wet T-shirt contest. I don't think it's like like a game you would play. Period.
Yeah, but didn't I actually win the feud that day too? So I was on.
No, you did not.
No, you did not.
Did I at least make it to the
Rick won
finals?
that one, I believe.
Yeah, I walked off. I took the whole category and then just got every answer right.
That was a long time ago.
I just recently lost the tie.
It was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but if it happened before vacation, I don't remember.
Nah, okay.
That was the day before you. It was the day before you left for vacation.
Oh, okay. It was that Monday. All right.
Yeah, it was that Monday. Then you left, and then Dave came back on Tuesday. Yeah,
totally forgot.
I mean, I don't know. I think that probably has to do with some of the sun poisoning that you sustained in Turks. May have melted away some of your memories. Like the left side of your brain?
Or maybe
you
just had too
baked-
good of a time on vacation.
That you baked in the sun?
There was some bacon.
But you know, Ray, I felt bad for the poor guy yesterday. He comes in, he's got his just peanut butter sandwich, right? And he's talking about how you should have seen the meals in Turks. Oh, it's the greatest food, the greatest meals. And then the poor guy, he's starving because you know what he did? He pulled the trigger on the peanut butter sandwich too soon, and now we're 3 hours into the show. Guy has to go into his bag and get a sad Nutri-Grain bar.
That is a downgrade.
That's been in there for like at least 3 weeks.
We're sitting there in break yesterday, and my stomach sounds like Charlie Brown's teacher. And Rick is sitting there like, who the hell is that? What is it? Who? What did you just say? I said, no, it's not me.
It was tough to hear over the fan, but I heard it.
Fan, exactly. I did the same thing today. I rocked the peanut butter sandwich again, right back to the well at 5:30.
It's delicious, though. I mean, I have to say, a peanut butter sandwich is why not jelly, though? I don't understand. You're at your own house. Why not a little jelly on there?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's, to me, like, I understand that that's not the ideal breakfast, but when you put the jelly on it, then you're starting to get a little, well, maybe you're just, like, being slovenly if you're having a PB&J at 5:30 in the morning.
What do you mean? It's a breakfast. I mean, you put jelly on your toast, right?
Yeah, you do. That's true.
You put butter on your toast.
Yeah, it's true.
You put cream cheese on your bagel. I mean,
that's fair.
Still peanut butter and jelly. Just don't make it into a sandwich.
I probably could if you're right.
Don't even make it into a sandwich. Now you don't even feel like you're eating a sandwich. Just have 2 pieces of bread with peanut butter and jelly on it, and it's toast.
And sometimes I rock that too. You get the peanut butter toast, which is fantastic. On vacation, at breakfast every day, I'd have I'd put in the toaster at the spread. They'd have a bagel, half bagel, put some nice fresh peanut butter on there. Oh, fantastic.
Sidney Crosby, for every game, peanut butter sandwich.
Yep. How'd that work out for him?
I think it's working out pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. That's a great pregame style. I used to love a peanut butter and jelly before the game. Delicious.
The Uncrustables. That was a big thing. We were talking about that with Jordan.
Well,
yeah, because Jordan, like you, was popping them into his mouth as we're coming back from the second.
I don't eat. Do you know how many? But I don't eat Uncrustables though.
Do you know how many of those are eaten by athletes now?
Yeah, like 8 million
in locker rooms.
Yeah,
that's why JJ Watt just invested in that company.
Didn't somebody like take the crust off the Uncrustables, like the borders?
Yeah.
Like
that was Witt.
Like
that was Ryan Whitney did it.
That was it. Yeah, but like it defeats the purpose of the Uncrustable.
Keith Yandel looked at him like, there's no crust on them. They're Uncrustables. Yeah, but that Pat McAfee's invested in that company too. The new one. It's called Jams, I think.
I never thought that we would have Uncrustable wars, but here we are.
Well, you see how popular those things are.
Of course.
I mean, that's
when the first time I see him in locker rooms, probably like almost 20 years ago, probably.
Is it that long?
What the hell
now?
is that thing?
It's that long ago, huh? It's been that it's been that long since you've seen them in the locker room.
Football locker room too.
It feels like 20 years a long time though. It can't be 20. It can't be 20.
Dude,
years,
I'm telling you, it was like close to. It was like 09, somewhere around there, like somewhere. So that's what, 17 years ago?
I'm trying to remember because I was still playing in 09. I don't know if we were going Uncrustables.
Jet locker rooms in 09. The dudes were eating them, and I was like, "What the hell is that?"
I think the NFL locker rooms are always like more
right because those guys got to be bigger and unhealthy.
Ahead of it, yeah.
Hockey players, they're all about calorie intake.
Yeah, we by the end we eventually had like food in the locker room, but before that there was no like catered meals into the locker room like you have in the NFL where you get like the cafeteria, you go get meals made for you and everything. That's the crazy part, though. You look at some of these things. I'll watch all these videos about these college facilities and everything else. The college facilities are better than the pro facilities.
100%.
It's unbelievable, these places. Even the hockey ones now.
And you know what's amazing? It used to be the roles were reversed. Like college facilities were pimping themselves up to mimic or try to compete with the pro facilities. Now it's the other way around. The pro facilities are renovating and trying to do all the upkeep to compete with the college facilities.
It's amazing, man. I mean, it's like now I went from a different situation because like BU was nice, and then I got to New York and like we were one of the worst. Like I'll never forget I've said this a couple different times in the show. Our weight room was outside of the rink in a trailer, like on the side of the building. You'd have to walk outside into a trailer. It was like and you're doing cold tubs and trash cans in the shower. So you have 3 showers. Like imagine like a full NHL team with 3 showers. Like nozzles. That one, yeah, nozzles. And then
said nozzles.
And then trash cans behind it. So you got guys in trash can cold tubs and then guys showering at the same time in one little tiny area. My wife last night, we were talking about Cooperstown because you get the whole sleeping in the barracks and everything else. And she's like, I still can't believe that you guys all used to just shower in the same shower. I was like, yeah, that's how it was.
That's the bonding experience.
Sometimes you go to places where you'd have to be like, hey, can I get wet quick? And then I'll get out, and then you can get wet, and I'll soap up, and then I can rinse off. That's not great.
No.
Brings you closer together as a team.
I think they're called prison, actually, with the hose.
You should have seen some of the minor league setups, man. I'm serious, man. Some of the minor league setups, it's just
I think
cold,
that's called
no hot
minimum
water.
security.
No hot water, just brutal.
Oh, DNR, Dan and Rick, ESPN New York. All right, Dan and Rick, DNR, here on ESPN New York. 800-919-3776. Go back to the phones. Say hi to our good buddy, Everyday Edgar, who is up next here on ESPN New York. Hello, Edgar. How are you?
Happy Friday, boys.
Happy Friday,
on
Edgar.
On the Uncrustable thing, that thing came out in 2000. That is crazy. I was like, Rick, no way that's like 20 years old. It's 26 years old.
Wow.
That's bonkers.
Interesting.
Yeah, that shocked me when I looked out. I went right to the Google. I'm like, I got to look this up. I was like you. I was eating those in like 09. Oh, no. We were eating those in 00. But,
I don't remember. I don't remember it being in our lockers.
Yeah.
Probably because the Islanders couldn't afford them. That's why. It was a luxury item at the time.
If
you ever know what surf and turf tastes like? No. Uncrustables? No.
Yeah, showering in one room. Oh, boy. And you were the number one pick, Rick. What did they do with the last pick? Nothing.
Well, it doesn't matter what pick you're at. I mean, that's the facility's the facility, man.
Yeah. The owner comes in there. He's like, you're going to eat this government cheese and like it.
We're at training camp paying for meals and raffle tickets.
Who wants a cheeseburger?
Do we know the Malik Nabers situation? He's not on the PUP list, but he's going to play week 1, week 5, week 4.
I don't think anyone knows. I don't think it's the first step. I mean, if he was on the PUP, then he would have to be off on the side. Like, you're going to participate. He's not allowed to participate in practices. So this is, I mean, it's a great first step for his availability as we get closer to the season.
Okay. With or without Malik, you got him winning the 8 games? I don't. With him, I don't think they win 8 games. What do you guys think?
It's possible. You know, coaching matters in this league, Edgar. Let's not forget about that. And you got a good coach right now. You really and truly do.
Yeah, but I saw that little pep rally that he had that's on the internet. That doesn't make you want to run through brick walls. He really didn't do much, but whatever. That's my opinion.
Right, but Edgar, you don't need that, man. I mean, could you, in a perfect world, right, if I could get both, I think it's what would make Sean McVay such a unique coach in this league. Like, he's a genius, right? Like, X's and O's wise, he's a genius, and he also has
phenomenal.
Right, but he also has this unbelievable presence when you put him in front of a room, where he's created these relationships and he's motivational, all these different things. Like, not everyone's built like that.
Yeah,
but as long as you can
very
help
difficult to find a coach like that.
Right, but as long as you can help me win football games, right? You can come in, you can like set a culture where there's accountability, and when guys are all doing the right things to build towards winning, then I don't need rah-rah. I mean, if I could get some of that once in a while, great. But, I mean, everyone making such a big deal out of this, I think, is crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's ridiculous.
The message
Edgar, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. This is, if you're a Giant fan, you hope this is Parcells to the Jets in '97. That's what
right. But
or
it's like it's what's going on in Denver. What happened in Denver, right?
But that took a year.
But it's probably gonna take a year though.
But I'm saying Giants could be I believe I'm drinking the Kool-Aid to where the Giants could be in the playoff conversation this year.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. And actually, no, you stay out of this because there's a bias. You have a bias here. I'm going to ask Raymond the question.
I don't have a bias.
Well, if I ask the question, you'll know what I mean.
All right,
Raymond.
All right.
Who is the? If you had one pick right now, you could go into the season with as your head coach.
This is a stupid question.
Why is it stupid?
Because it's not a good question. Because as much as you want to believe that the coach is the most important piece, the quarterback's the most important piece of this.
That's beside the point. What coach would you have out of the 4?
It's probably Harbaugh.
Okay, that's my point.
Yeah.
Right. Great. He's a Super Bowl winning coach. I understand that. And he was in Baltimore for a long time. He also didn't get to a Super Bowl with Lamar Jackson. He also, and I know he was hurt, but still, you're talking about talent-wise, one of the most talented teams in the NFL didn't make the playoffs last year. And I know it was a missed kick, but still. So, like, it's almost like it might be a little unfair to be like, oh, I think they should be in the play. They could be in the playoff conversation.
Well, being in the playoff conversation in the NFL is not hard. Playing a meaningful game in December is not hard. That's just being around 500.
Yeah, but
that's
you're
all
also you're also in a division with 2 teams that they expect to be better than you, in one that, depending on the health of the quarterback, could be better than you.
Right. We went through it earlier in the show. The NFC is loaded. It's going to be a tough task to say that they are a playoff team. And that's why I can't say definitively. But all I'm saying is to be in the conversation, meaningful games when December rolls around, that is not asking a lot, I think, if you're the Giants. What would the record have to be? Like, you play, 11, 12 games by the time you get into December? So, 11 to be – Giants can't be, 5-6 at least going into December?
No, I think they could. I mean, when you look at the beginning of their schedule, right? I mean, God forbid they lose to the Titans at home because now 65 or sooner is dead. But let's just assume, again, this is a 4-win team, right? So I'm sure Tennessee and in Dable and Saleh are looking at the Giants the way the Giants are looking at Tennessee. Like, that for us is a winnable game. Right? I mean, going into L.A. and playing the Rams doesn't feel like a winnable game. Now, anything could happen because it's sports, and that's why we love sports. But still, Tennessee would be one of those ones you would point to. Then you got the Cardinals, and then you got the Commanders. We don't know what the Commanders are going to be. And so there's a run of games that you feel like you could win those games. But I said this the other day. You look at the last 8 weeks of their schedule, right? I mean, you got the Jaguars, who were a playoff team. You got the Colts that before Daniel Jones, and I know you're not high on the Colts, but still, before Daniel Jones got hurt, were one of the better teams in the AFC. You got the Niners, you're at the Seahawks. Browns sprinkled in, so you'll win that game. Then you're at the Lions, at the Cowboys, you got the Eagles. I mean, that's a pretty tough stretch of games.
It is. And like I said, the NFC is not going to be easy this year.
Not to mention the fact you're at Houston. That's a tough game with that defense.
All I'm asking is to tread water until December gets there. And that's, with this coach, I don't think that should be a problem.
No, I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it should be a problem either. But, I mean, let's also recognize that this is year one, trying to turn around an organization that hasn't been very good, that won 4 games. And, oh, by the way, you have a quarterback going into his second year in a new offense with whatever version of Malik Nabers that you may have.
You know what the Malik Nabers news is? I know we got a break here. The Malik Nabers news is like the news we got last week with Aaron Judge with the image. It's not the best news, but it's not bad news, right? Because I still think there's going to be a process and there's going to be a gradual, acclimating him back into the fold. I don't know if Malik Nabers is even going to see a snap in preseason. They might be ultra conservative, and you wouldn't quibble with that. They're playing the long game, and the long game is September, whatever the date is for that first game. That's what the target is. And guess what? We're a month and a half away. Time is on their side, I think.
Well, it's better than the alternative, right? Like, you check the box, right? Like, if you're going through the rehab process, it's like, hey, let's not start this thing on pup. Let's be able to go out and whatever it looks like. Let's be on the field so we can do some stuff in practice. And he checked that box in a positive way. So, I mean, who knows what that means?
Final hour coming up. Still got the stuff you missed. Harvey's going to handle that. Ray's plays of the week, among others. And we got to get into the baseball, too. Yanks and Mets back at it today. Dan and Rick, it's DNR, ESPN New York.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
You know what I actually watched last night? Finally got around. Watched part 1 of the Aaron Rodgers Netflix thing. Have not picked up the U.S. soccer book, by the way, since I got back.
I see you're phony. It's unbelievable.
How much free time do I have?
Yesterday. You have no kids.
I just told you. I had a massive headache. I'm not going to say, what's the best way? You see these commercials for Advil, Excedrin, whatever it is. You don't see the guys at the library pouring through volumes of encyclopedias to help it go away. I'm not going to read.
Maybe do something that you love. It takes your mind off the migraine.
That you love. Raymond, love this book. Mark it down. The book will be completed by the end of the summer.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg on ESPN New York. And streaming live on YouTube.
Now, we should actually get specifics when it comes to that, by the way. And if you're joining us here, final hour of the show, DNR, Dan, and Rick on ESPN New York. The completion of the book, and we'll give them another pop here, an outstanding piece of soccer literature. It's The Long Game. Leander Lakers. Tremendous. We'll have this bad boy finished by the end of the summer. We need a drop-dead date here, because when we say end of summer, are we saying, like, is Labor Day because we have a late Labor Day this year? Or are we going, like, September 1st? Like, what do we consider the end of summer?
No, I think we get Labor Day.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that marks the end. We're going back to school. Yeah, Labor Day.
So that's the 7th, September 7th.
That's right.
So I get the extra week in September just in case. It'll be done by September the 7th. Ray, mark it down. You have my word. It'll be completed.
Okay. All right.
I can't believe you doubt me.
That's more than enough time. I mean, what are you talking about?
I really, like, it hurts that you doubt me the way you do.
No, I just thought yesterday would be the perfect time. Like, this is a book I can't put down while I'm in Turks and Caicos. I mean, I'm home. There's no sports.
Right. Splitting headache.
We teased the Mets and Yankees days off. Yeah. I thought they'd just pick it up. Maybe do 50 pages, whatever.
Intense pain, searing nausea. Afraid to open my mouth, or else things are going to come flying out of it.
But you could watch the first episode of the Aaron Rodgers documentary.
Right, because I watched the Aaron Rodgers documentary at night when the headache subsided.
Which is exactly the time you could have read the book.
Right, I could go into my library and sit there and put on a lamp and put on a smoking jacket and read a few chapters.
Because your living room, your bedroom, anyway. Where do you live, in a cabin? You don't have a light you can put on a lamp? I mean, what are we talking about?
But why is that the right time to read a book? That's what I want to know.
Is there a wrong time to read a book? Yeah, when you
get not a wrong time to read a book.
But you just told me you felt better. You felt better at night. I don't know.
That's right.
Let's
I felt better at night.
Schlocken's, soccer book.
Who
the hell his name is? I don't know.
Ray, you see how he treats such well-respected journalists with whatever the hell his name is?
You didn't know what his name was.
It's a tough name to remember.
Right? Where's the Ray? I'm sure it's going to be in 3 stars when you try to pronounce this guy's name. I read this great book, guys. It's by, so and so.
Well, I think that was last week, but we can bring it back.
Whatever his name was.
No, it was this week, because that was the first time I mentioned the book. It was after when I got back.
He just got back from vacation.
Leander Lakens.
That's not how you pronounced it the first time.
No,
on Monday he said it.
A lot different. The Long Game, U.S. men's soccer, and its savage 4-decade journey to the top or thereabouts by Leander Sherlakens.
Jeez, that is pretty bad. Sherlakens.
Well, what I was also trying to do with that moment was dig the book up, because I didn't have it in front of me. I was looking it up on the computer.
Because you loved it so much.
Shout out to Alexander Sherlakens.
Yeah. Sure. Remix.
September 7th, it will happen. We'll have the stuff you missed coming up in just a little bit here. Harvey's going to handle that. But you know what we missed yesterday, Ricco? We missed a little baseball, didn't we?
Oh, we did.
No Yankees, no Mets. Allowed you to do some other things, maybe reading. But the Yanks are back at it tonight. They're taking on the Phillies down the turnpike. That'll be an Apple vehicle. 6:45, and it starts off a 10-game road trip. That'll also see them in Chicago next week, first for the White Sox, then for the Cubbies. So a good test for these Yankees. And as we mentioned yesterday, these 10 games are going to lead you right up until August 3rd and the trade deadline. So critical next week and a half for this club, who, it's no secret, they need to go out there and bring in a little bit of reinforcement, especially offensively. Because, 18 runs in the 6 games since the All-Star break, and the problems even preceded the break. I mean, this is a team that offensively for the last month and a half has not been very good at all. It coincides, of course, with Aaron Judge being on the shelf. But if this team wants to capitalize and take advantage of a subpar American League, Brian Cashman's got some work to do over the next 10 days.
Right, and they have to figure out how aggressive they actually want to be, and we'll have to have a better idea of who's available, who's not, right? I mean, it's which teams are going to be sellers, which team are going to be buyers. As Mets fans, we all know what the intention for us is going to be, but I think the way to power rank this, and we've gone back and forth, is of the needs that we're looking to address if you're a Yankees fan. I mean, that they need offense. I think the pitching staff is good. I think that, Bednar has done a really good job. Hedrick's been good. Blackburn was good the other day. You're gonna try to fortify the bullpen, obviously, and you'll also have, when Rodon comes back, you'll have some help from whatever you have in the rotation. But I mean, this team without Aaron Judge has not been great offensively. They haven't.
Not been good at all.
So I mean that, depending on how you want to do that, where you want to, like with all the names that are being thrown around, right? Is it going to be at the catching position? Are we going to do it there? I mean, you've heard Alex Rodriguez mention Jeremy Pena. You've heard Luis Arias. Like, how exactly do you do that, and what does that look like?
Right, you're going to have options, but again, there's going to be other suitors as well, because you have a lot of teams this year with the mediocrity around baseball, especially the American League, where you're going to have teams that are currently on the fence right now and have to have those long, hard, come to Jesus discussions. Are we in it? Are we not? And I know that I'm not saying he's a target for the Yankees, but Skubal, which is the big white whale, the Tigers, I think, are appropriate for that conversation because they're ones that need to be honest with themselves. And are we in it? Are we not? I personally think, even though the division stinks, the American League stinks, if I'm the Tigers, I would move on from him. Like, this is your chance, right? You're not signing him in the offseason. He's going to go elsewhere. You can't let him walk out the door for absolutely nothing. Tigers are going to be sellers. When it comes to the Yankees, I mean, like, just to put it into perspective, like if you want this type of an illustration, how bad this offense has been. Right now, the Mets have a much better offense than the Yankees. Like think about that. The Mets do. And the Mets stink. But their offense is better than the Yankees because the Yankees are as bad as it's been in Major League Baseball since Aaron Judge went down. Like, really, that's how last 30 days they have been, like, arguably the worst offense in baseball.
Yeah, but if you're a Yankees fan now and you recognize, of course, what you need, I think the other thing that you need to take into account is what you have, right? And why the offense has struggled is because you have guys that have had expectations that really haven't met those expectations, right? I mean, Jazz has, told you that he doesn't feel like he's had a good season. Hopefully that changes, right? You've seen some signs that might change. Bellinger's starting to heat up again, which is nice. Because, I mean, the beginning of the season, we were talking about, how great, even for the Mets, it's like, I mean, Bellinger would have fit us perfectly also, but, like, how important Bellinger was to this. Gets off to a really good start. His versatility, like, he was being mentioned in the MVP conversation. Ben Rice was in the MVP conversation. And then, once all of a sudden now you lose Aaron Judge, you start to really see exactly what you have when you're missing one of the best players in baseball, and that's just not the production part of it, because obviously you missed the production. It's just like how you approach the lineup now as a pitching staff when Aaron Judge isn't in the middle of it, right? I mean, Ben Rice is going to get pitched differently.
There's some thought now, possibly that maybe I guess I was seeing some stuff that could George Lombard really be an option? Like, would they really call him up here for the final couple of months? He wasn't in the lineup yesterday, and people were thinking, like playing connect the dots. Like, do we know something here? Like, is this happening? But it's so.
Well, what exactly is Anthony Volpe bringing to the team right now?
Nothing.
Right. Like, you don't necessarily trust him defensively. Like, that's the one. I mean, if people prefer Caballero at shortstop just because defensively they think that he's a better option than Volpe. We're talking about arm strength, the ability to turn double plays, and all those different things. And it's not like his, hey, we'll give up some of the defense because the bat's really good. So what exactly are you getting from Anthony Volpe at the moment?
You're getting a polarizing discussion every time his name comes up.
Right. It's an in-house option where you're not trading anything away. Hey, if we think this kid is ready and he can be impactful, let's see what it looks like. The risk you run now, though, is once people get eyes on what the kid looks like at this level, I mean, you do also run the risk of diminishing the value of the prospect. I think that's why there's some hesitancy sometimes from the Yankees bringing these kids up. A, the expectations are through the roof because you're trying to compete for a championship. And B, once we put them on this stage at this level, now it's not just like, I don't even know how to phrase this. In my mind, this sounds like this is going to be good, and you're going to be like, wow, that's a great, what you just said is awesome. It's almost like it's almost like before you go to get the lottery ticket and you don't have any numbers. You just have the hope that maybe I'll get the numbers that hit the lottery. Then you get the numbers and you actually see what you have. Right? Like, so like this is all speculation that George Lombard is going to be so good at this level because of all the skills that he's shown you as he's made his rise up to the major leagues until you get an actual chance to see what it looks like at the major league level.
You're blinded by optimism.
Yeah, like either he's going to be good or he's going to be bad, but you don't know until you know. So if you bring him up and now people get a chance to see it, and Yankees fans get a chance to see it because of how high the expectations are for this kid, you could be pumped and be excited, or you could be a little disappointed, kind of like you are with the last couple that you've seen, right? Like Spencer Jones was going to be the next Aaron Judge. That hasn't. I mean, you got The Martian. Like, you've seen it too many times.
Right. It's like the boy who cried wolf. How many times am I going to sit here and believe this? Right? That, okay, yeah, this guy's a can't miss. So, yeah, this guy's a can't miss. You know what was interesting yesterday, too, by the way, like Spencer Jones, another one. And, like, I'm not willing to pull the plug yet on Spencer Jones and say he's never going to be good, but, you
pull him up and you pull him up and bat him third?
Right. So, but did you see last night in the minor leagues, Clay Holmes made a rehab start. And you got Clay Holmes facing Spencer Jones. Spencer Jones was the dude who basically ended his season, if you will, with the line drive.
Yep.
And now they're both down in the minor leagues. Holmes trying to get back there, and same with Spencer Jones. I thought that was kind of funny last night. You brought up Caballero. Did you see he put a statement out there yesterday?
I did, yep.
About, you want me to read the statement? Ray, should I read the statement?
Sure.
This was from Caballero, the fallout from the whole pitch, or the pitch clock thing with the Pirates the
other day. It's translated, mind you.
Yeah. Es muy fácil solo inventar reglas y cambiar el deporte más hermoso del mundo y después no hacerse responsable. You want me to do the English one or the Spanish one?
I think you should do the English one.
Oh my God.
Although hearing you
cooking.
Hearing you read in Spanish is entertaining in its own right.
Yeah, it's a welcome thing here.
Someone's going to have to translate it for everybody.
Well, I was assuming he would translate it. When
you know we don't speak Spanish.
No, I was being authentic.
My parents made me take Latin for some reason.
I was Alpha and the Omega. The translation, very easy to just invent rules and change the most beautiful sport in the world, then not take responsibility for its flaws. They know they're wrong, but it's very hard to accept that a simple player who just wants to play the sport he's always loved can adapt and use it in his game. In the end, they're the ones who are in charge and do whatever they want, whenever and however they want, and everyone else just has to shut up and obey. I don't know what to I mean, everybody's playing by these rules now, though, right? Not just
right,
him.
But the problem is I think you come that. The problem that comes from this is
baseball was wrong because they never communicated their powwow to the Yankees.
But it's also how you choose to define the rule, right? Like the whole thing that it came up where it's like, oh, this rule's already been on the books.
Yeah.
But now we'll just choose that you spend like 3 or 4 seconds standing in the box is too much. We've decided that that's too much, and you're trying to deceive the pitcher. And again, like I don't look at what he was doing as trying to deceive the pitcher. Like, I mean, is it gamesmanship? Yeah. Are you trying to control the pace of the at-bat and the timing of the at-bat? Yeah. You're trying to take some of the power away from the pitchers. Where it's like, if I engage you, now the pitcher can use the pitch clock to hit. Like, as long as he gets the pitch off before the time runs out, you're good. So if I'm in the box and I engage you at 11 seconds, I can make you sit there and wait 10 seconds before I throw the ball. Right? So for him, it's, I want to be like, I'm ready. I'll look you in the eye, 8 seconds. Let's go. And that pisses people off. So now, because of how people reacted to it, and the rule already, I guess, exists, then we'll start to enforce it. But we won't tell you that we're going to enforce it.
Right. It was a loose interpretation.
Well, let me ask you a question, though. Did you look at what he was doing as deception?
You mean you're talking about Caballero?
Yeah, but I wouldn't define that as trying to deceive somebody. Like, are you trying to mess with somebody? Yeah, like I said, if I looked at you in the if I was like being sneaky about it, where I kind of like put my head up so you saw my eyes, and then I put my head down, and I was playing that game, where it's like, oh no, like if you watch his at bats, and we watch all these at bats, it's like his head's down, he goes through his breathing or whatever his process is, and make sure it gives like a little peek at the clock, and then now it's at now 9 seconds, let's go. So I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I didn't look at it as trying to be deceptive.
Did you see the fallout from that, though, from a Pittsburgh side of things? So 6 degrees of separation. They made a trade yesterday. They got the former Yankee Ron Marinaccio from the Padres. And the corresponding roster move, they DFA'd Dennis Santana.
I saw that.
You're mentally weak. You can't deal with this. You're out.
It's over. It's over. It's over.
Like I would say, like okay, like I gave you the example of what happened to us down in Ripken. That's deception. If that was like a planned play where you're going to purposely run to first on strike 2, right? As it pretend it's a drop third, and the runner scores. That you're deceiving
Right.
the catcher, right? Like that's being deceptive. That's my definition of it. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
And yesterday was a good off day for the Yankees, though, because so Tampa lost. Jays beat them. Shane Bieber, good performance, maybe boosting his trade value a little bit if the Jays are going to be sellers. So now back to 2 within those Tampa Bay Rays. All right, we'll get into some more baseball here coming up at 800-919-3776. But we're going to turn things over for the final time this week to our good friend. He loves cats. He loves soccer. It is the great Harvey Cruz with the stuff you missed.
Now,
Hates Glenn Powell.
He got it! See ya! Put him in the box! The you missed.
What did Glenn Powell ever do to you?
I don't understand.
It's
But he
just,
doesn't like Glenn Powell.
I don't understand. Like you think that like Glenn Powell's not a big deal right now.
it's just sickening. Sickening.
I bet
You
if
can
you
make
ask
the
I
case
bet
as
if
a
you ask-
as a leading like star top bill, like he hasn't had like box office like hits.
right, but he's on like that's where he's headed though.
Now when you're playing Lou Gehrig, you're not.
You don't think that Lou Gehrig, if you ask Lou Gehrig, who would you like to play me in a movie, like he wouldn't be like, Glenn Powell would be a pretty good option.
No
He-
chance.
you know what
That's
he's
a
doing
handsome-
this for? He's
that's
doing
a
this
handsome
for
fella.
He's doing this for maybe some Oscar material. That's what he's doing.
Sure. This just came down, by the way. Duke and Michigan will not play this season in college basketball. Apparently, the game was supposed to be at Madison Square Garden. Then it was moved to the Miami Marlins Arena. Now it won't happen at all. And Duke will play Texas Tech instead at the Garden on December 21st.
Yeah, because Duke is like, I'm not playing Michigan when they got their corrupt AD who's about to lose his job. No thanks.
Did you guys see this yesterday? Apparently, Jose Iglesias will make his Broadway debut. He will
Saw
play,
that.
He will play the role of the narrator in Buena Vista Social Club, a Tony Award-winning show featuring the music recorded by the ensemble. Jose Iglesias will make his Broadway career starting on August the 27th. That is right.
Yeah,
That was
thank
a
God.
fun ride. I got to tell you, as a Mets fan, that was a fun ride.
You know that wouldn't have happened if David Stearns was part of the board of Buena Vista Social Club.
Yeah,
we said
that whole locker room thing.
Yeah, less music, more playing.
Yeah.
Just the numbers, baby.
David
Just
Stearns
the
would have
numbers.
found some Broadway analytics fit that was a lot better. Somebody who could play 7 roles in the play as opposed to just one.
It's all about defensive run saves, Dan.
Yeah.
Defensive run saved.
Tyreek Skubal says that his preference is to stay with the Tigers, but could be obviously traded before his next start or maybe after his next start. We'll see how it goes. In college football, Arch Manning has decided to take on a bigger role in leadership, leading the team. Here he is talking about the difference between last year and this year.
Just having more experience under my belt, obviously going through some rough games, some good games, and just getting those experiences and moving forward. And we're just taking it one day at a time right now, but we're excited for this team and this year.
Oh, yes, the March for Arch. In football, Fernando Mendoza finally signed his new deal, 4 years, $57.2 million, fully guaranteed with a 5th-year option.
But have they given us the number of what was guaranteed at signing yet? I think that was initially the holdup, is how much money he was going to get up front.
It's always the signing bonus money.
Right,
Always.
because, I mean, you want as much as possible to get that, get
because
your money
now
working for you.
Yeah, because now the salaries are set with the rookie wage scale. So, same thing the Jets. That happened with the Jets with Darnold, Zach Wilson, I think even. Like, that's always the holdup. And a lot of other
get that
guys,
money
too.
invested. Let's go.
Carolina Panthers second-year outside linebacker Nick Gordon tore his ACL yesterday.
That stinks.
In his right knee on first day of training camp. He went down in a wet field late yesterday on practice and is now out for the season.
It's the worst part about this time of year.
I hate. I said this yesterday. I hate that. Like, regardless of what you think about a team, like before the season even gets going, like you lose a guy who had a pretty good season last year and he was going to hopefully take another step. He was a high pick and done like that in July. Like, that sucks.
All that offseason work gone.
Right.
Like that.
The Mendoza signing bonus, Rick, according to SproTrack, is $38.1 million.
Okay, that's nice.
The Baltimore
Wait,
Wave. Yes.
Wait, $38.1 million, and the total guarantees in the whole deal are $57.5?
0.2.
Jeez. So basically, he's getting way more than half of that deal in year one?
That's right.
Gosh.
Get that money invested,
Get
buddy.
that money, yeah.
Let's
Get
go.
the money, never have to run. The Baltimore Ravens waived Diego Pavia yesterday to make room for veteran center Ethan Pocic, who is now going to sign as a free agent.
Did you see the UFL tweet?
Go just. I was going to say, Ray, go through them. I mean, there's so many.
No,
McDonald's.
but the UFL, the United Football League, actually tweeted the eyes emoji at it. It's like the league.
I hate to be a perfect fit for them.
Oh my God,
perfect.
And
the one with the car dealership.
The Birmingham Stallions welcome you.
Yeah.
Former UFL quarterback and UFL MVP Jack Plummer will take another chance at the NFL. He will work out with the Dolphins and the 49ers next week.
That's Anthony Beck's quarterback, our boy, Jack Plummer.
That's right. In hockey, the Carolina Hurricanes will become one of 4 teams to have their games produced and distributed by NHL Productions this coming season. Them, the Blue Jackets, the Wild, and the St. Louis Blues will also have the local broadcast done by NHL Productions when the season begins in late September. Really odd.
Huh. You know what that means? They're going down the same road as Major League Baseball is. RSNs are dying, man. Major League Baseball produces now almost like half the league. They're broadcasting.
Well,
now,
and about
hockey's in on it.
In about a month and a half, like I said, you got the meetings. I'll get some answers as to what the plans are, but I think you pretty much said them.
Well, dude, think about it. They do it out of the same building. MLB Network, NHL Network, they're under the same roof.
They all come out of I know the building. I know the building, yeah.
And lastly, in soccer, of course, Jurgen Klopp was announced today as the German manager, and it went as swimmingly as one could hope for. He went after the media and said that he's not doing his job for himself. He's doing it for the media, and has taken note of how Julian Nagelsmann was treated and how Thomas Tuchel was treated.
Who?
What? Julian Nagelsmann?
Yugi Lam.
How he and Thomas Tuchel were treated, and said that if they go after his family, he's gone. And if they think he's rubbish, tell it to his face, and that he will leave immediately without asking for any compensation.
Wow.
He signed on for 4 years.
To see that.
That's all it's going to take, huh?
Signed on for 4 years. They play.
You stink.
Yeah, they play late September in the Nations League. We'll see if Mauricio Pochettino is still on board with the U.S. or if he's going to take the Argentina.
Harv, when is that going to happen? He said it was he said he was making a decision this week.
It was supposed to happen this week, but of course, with all the hubbub over Argentina, whether Messi will stay or go, whether Lionel Scaloni will stay or go, if he leaves, then Mauricio Pochettino will want that job ASAP. And I mean, look, I know we're in late July, but late September is when the next international break comes. That's going to come quick. So they got to get rosters.
If you're the United States,
you will have egg on your face. You will look so bad if you don't bring this guy back.
Right. Don't you get to the point where it's like, okay, you know what, or get off the bowl? Like, let's go. And don't play us for Argentina.
And there's theories that, you don't bring a guy back for a second cycle, for a second World Cup. But it's like, okay, there's going to have to eventually become a period where a manager or any sort of boss at international level lasts more than 2 or 3 years. It's like, there has to be like an uprising.
Well, it's a half cycle. Remember, it was only 2 years.
Yeah, but ideally they want to bring him back for the next World Cup.
Yeah.
If Jurgen Klopp was a baseball player, maybe the greatest walk-up song of all time. Let's make it clap.
I knew it. I know you were going
How
there.
good would that be?
Well, what was Stubby Clap would have had a walk-up song.
How good is that, though? Like, the whole crowd would get into that. Let's make it clap. I mean, that'd be great.
That is the stuff you missed.
That is tremendous. There you go. Good contribution there from Rick at the end, too, about Jurgen Klopp. He's all over it. Taking a keen interest in German soccer now moving forward. I guess we have to. We'll mention the Mets when we return at 800-919-3776. Ray is working feverishly hard at his plays of the week. You'll hear that a little bit later on this hour as well. It's Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York. And at 9:28, let's get a check of the roads and say good morning, Debbie Duhame.
Hi, Dan, Rick, Ray, and Harvey. Guys, have a fantastic weekend. Let's go out to the LIE westbound, slowing down by the Grand Central. Stalled vehicle just cleared. Jackie Robinson westbound by Metropolitan Avenue. Watch for a collision. Covered roadway inbound by the Holland. It's an accident in Jersey City. Watch for delays at the Throgsneck Bridge into Queens with construction. Whitestone heavy, Queensbound as well. Sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA builds better athletes and better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Debbie Duhame on 880 ESPN New York.
Hi, this is Don LaGreca. Just like the New Jersey Devils bring intensity on the ice, Viking Pest Control brings the same level of protection to your home. And I know because I use Viking at my own place. The season may be over, but pests are always in play. So it's time to lock in your off-season defense. As the pest control provider and proud partner of the Devils, Viking delivers 45 years of trusted experience to keep ants, cockroaches, stinging insects, rodents, mosquitoes, and more out of your zone. And when you bundle pest control mosquito services, you score big savings. One call, one company, total peace of mind. Visit VikingPest.com, protecting your home inside and out.
Monkey Sports, built by players for players, is your one-stop shop for hockey, baseball, lacrosse, and more. Find top-name equipment and expert in-store services like sharpening, break-ins, and relacing. Shop in-store at Monkey Sports in Farmingdale or Woodbridge, or online for all the top brands. Whatever your sports, Monkey Sports gets you game ready fast. Monkey Sports, where athletes shop.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Hey, it's Alan Hahn. At Rings End, they're there to help realize your modern design visions. That's why they partner with Marvin. Engineered for big ideas, Marvin Modern Windows and Doors deliver effortless elegance, expansive views, and industry-leading innovation, all in a modular system designed to meet the exacting principles of modern architecture. Experience Marvin Modern at a Rings End showroom today and create something stunning with them. Rings End is a certified Marvin installing retailer.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager. Hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Progressive knows there's no one more important to your team than your pet. They're like your top draft pick.
And it looks like Chuck has selected Pepper the Corgi. Bold pick there, Deborah.
Yeah, Rich, Pepper has a high ceiling for sure, but he does have a tendency to bark at every tree.
Yeah, he brings a lot to the table, but also takes a lot off of it, especially when it's been left near the edge.
Nothing left to do now but suit him up for the dog park.
Protect your top draft pick from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates to third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms.
All right, Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York. So the Yanks back at it tonight in Philadelphia. Schlittler, Luzardo. How about Philadelphia, Rick? They've won the last 10 starts that Luzardo has made, except in his lifetime career against the Yankees. How about an ERA of, just over 18? Is that good or not good?
It's not great.
That's not great. No.
Nah,
So the Yanks, with their depleted offense, seeing if they could keep those numbers inflated, we shall see tonight. Mets, on the other hand, they're going to be just there because the Dodgers need to play a weekend series, and they are going to be the main attraction. And this one could get ugly this weekend, even though tomorrow night the pitching matchup is one you actually sit down and watch, and that'll be McClain against Yamamoto. Fox game on Saturday night. But the Mets, it's also about what happens over the next 10 days, and not because of who they're going to bring in, but who they're going to say goodbye to, and just to what extent they're able to sell. We know that they've got a lot of bullpen pieces, which are probably attractive to the rest of Major League Baseball, but maybe one of the catchers gets moved as well. We know there's a lot of value with somebody like a Terens, what he could bring handling a pitching staff. He's had the knack for getting clutch hits as well. But this talk about like Lindor and him possibly being, it's not happening. Regardless of what you think about Lindor and if you think he's overstayed his welcome and this and that, there's just too many particulars that would have to be ironed out for the Mets to find a trade partner with him. And who knows if they even want to move on from him.
Right, especially with not knowing what the CBA is going to look like next year. Right, there's still quite a bit of money left on that deal, right? That you'd have to figure out. Not to mention the fact that he has the ability to say no, and I don't know exactly what the relationship is. It doesn't seem like it's a great relationship, but how is that negatively affecting the overall, chemistry inside that clubhouse.
Right.
Right, that's the big thing. Because, again, I mean, you have Juan Soto's going to be here. You got some young players you're excited about. And the expectation next year is you're going to retool and be able to compete and win. Right? And no one's like, we're not trading pieces now as like the sign that we're rebuilding. No, we have an embarrassing season. We have pieces of this team that are attractive to other teams. We'll get what we can get. Right? Hopefully we get some good prospects in return. And then we'll be right back at it, trying to add pieces to this team to make sure that we can go out and win next year.
Well, that's the crazy thing about it. Like, it's hard to sit here and imagine this team being a contender just because how bad this season has gone. But, to your point, everything we're hearing from their side of things is that they intend to contend in 2027. And look, from one season to the next, things can change. I mean, look what happened to the Mets, for crying out loud, right? Like, that's a perfect example. But I agree. I don't think a guy like that is going to be moved. That would, to me, have to be something that's a little bit more complicated. You might have to get a few teams involved off-season, if anything, but there might not be a regularly scheduled off-season this winter with baseball because we know what's going to happen when it comes to the labor front. A guy like Clay Holmes, who I mentioned earlier, who made a rehab start last night, and he's going to be on a big league mound here pretty soon. Is that a guy that you feel comfortable parting ways with before August 3rd? Because, look, Clay Holmes, before he went down, unfortunately, bad luck with that line drive. He was having a really, really good season. And he was pitching at an all-star caliber level, and you're thinking, all right, this is somebody that could help us this year. This is a guy we'd like to, keep moving forward. They've already had preliminary conversations about even like a mid-season extension, but you know that he's got a lot of value. And if you can prove that he's healthy enough, which he's on the road to doing, you might be able to get something decent for him. And there's nothing that says come the offseason, you turn around and re-sign him again as a free agent, which he's going to be.
Yeah, that's one of the one things that, I mean, you could point to that David Stearns has done well, right? I mean, it's not a long list. Clay Holmes is at the top of that list, right? To take him from, a bullpen arm to turn him into a starter and for him to be as successful as Clay Holmes has been, it would be something that I'd like to take care of because I don't want to run the risk of, hey, let's have this conversation. Clay, we love you. Once you hit free agency, we'll get this thing done, but we'll allow you to go to a team right now and contend because who knows what happens. Right, maybe he goes to whatever team and he falls in love with that team. It has my relationship with the pitching coach or the pitching lab or all these different things that could happen. Like, I mean, he's one of the guys I would, because I'm sure that financially it's going to be reasonable that you'd want to keep in that rotation because you don't have a lot. I mean, you got him, you got McLean, you got Christian Scott, and then I think Thornton's going to be good, but still, it's early for him.
100%. And not only that, you can't just assume that, he's going to, you're both going to come back to each other in the offseason because, he believes in the loyalty and the Mets gave him a shot to be a starting pitcher. I mean, look at the free agent crop of pitchers this offseason. It's not great. Lockout or no lockout. It's not, not everybody is going to be able to shop in the Tarek Skubal section of the store. So then you have to take a considerable step down, and then you look at a guy like Clay Holmes. Well, okay, he may like the Mets may like him, but because you don't exactly have a wealth of available arms, some other team might decide to throw a little bit more money at him that David Stearns and the Mets might want to do, and then that's it. He's not coming back.
Right, or, you trade him to a contender, right? He pitches lights out, and now the price is something that you really don't want to pay. You don't want, if you like somebody, you don't necessarily want to play that game. In a perfect world, that would be great, where we get something back because our season's over, and then we re-sign you in the offseason. But, that's a gamble. Because someone could, he could like the place he's at. There could be another team that becomes involved because they watch him pitch on the big stage and he's great. Or just more money, whatever it is. Like, it's not like we have a robust rotation where it's like we could afford to lose Clay Holmes and feel good about it. One of the reasons why you didn't think that the Mets were going to be able to get back into this thing was because you lost Clay Holmes.
Right.
Right? It's like, how many arms do I have that I trust? Not many.
Not many. And it's a lot to sit here and just say, based upon the McLean is the only guy out of those young pitchers, right? Like Christian Scott, Zach Thornton, it's way too small of a sample size, like way too small. The thing about Christian Scott, and it's kind of an anomaly a little bit, like the Mets are, I want to say off the top of my head, they're 10-4 in games that Christian Scott has started. So they're finding ways to win those games, but that really doesn't do me a lot. I need to show that this guy needs to show that he's going to be able to, hold up an entire season. He's going to be able to pitch a little bit deeper into ball games. Just the other day, he couldn't even get through. I know he was betrayed by the defense, but still, and what's going to be the philosophy when it comes to building a starting rotation. Like last year, I mean, Jonah Tong was like the best pitcher in the minor leagues in all of Major League Baseball. He was unhittable. AA, AAA, he comes up here and his confidence completely shattered. And now this year, he's not even like an option that people are even talking about being brought up, and he's just plummeted in terms of the value. And you just wonder, like, okay, prospect today, how is he going to be viewed tomorrow? That's like the dicey thing with a lot of these guys.
Well, it goes back to the point we were talking about with just the whole George Lombard Jr. thing, right? I mean, as good as these players are in AA, AAA, I mean, it's a huge step from AAA to Major League Baseball, and it doesn't always translate, especially if you don't if that player isn't ready, right? And now, what's the trickle down effect of that? Comes up, he thinks he's ready, he's clearly not, and now that affects him when he goes back down. And you have a prospect that's no longer worth what you thought he was going to be worth because he's not helping you, and his value right now wasn't even close to where it was at. They need to get an ace. Freddie Peralta's not an ace. Will Nolan McLean eventually turn into that? Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Hopefully.
But, I mean, you do need to, you brought the kid up, and through the weight of the organization right on his shoulders, and to his credit, he carried us. It was like, here, Nolan McLean, we have no option, save us. And he did. It felt like every start they put him into was like a tough spot, and he found his way through it, which made expectations, obviously, because this is what we do, straight through the roof, right? And Nolan McLean was going to be instantly stepped on the field this year. He was going to be an ace. He was going to be great. And that wasn't necessarily the case. Now he's been better. He's been really good. But he needs help, man. He needs help. They need to, I don't care what his philosophy was, and all that time we spent talking about the pitching lab and how this guy, you need tried and true, a legitimate starting staff.
Right. Multiple options. Because
you're going to need
the top.
Them. Right, but that's part of the reason why people keep going back to the Skubal thing with the Yankees. Like right now it doesn't feel like you need them, but could you? Yeah, we're still, we're not even in August yet. Right? Things happen. Pitchers go down, you lose guys. You need to have,
I can't remember
depth.
I can't remember what the order was years ago. But remember when the Phillies had that loaded rotation and they were on the cover of Sports? They had the ace already, and I can't remember who got there first. I think was Halladay there first, and then they went and got Cliff Lee, or was it vice versa? But those were two number ones. You're like, oh, but they already had an ace. Now they got another one. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. But look what the Yankees. Look what the Yankees have done. Right? Hey, we got some concerns about Garrett Cole. Right? Turns out they were right. Garrett Cole gets hurt. Let's bring in Max Fried. So when you lose Garrett Cole, now I got a legitimate ace. You spent the money on Rodon, and now Schlittler's been emerged as the next guy. The whole David Stearns experience so far has been so disappointing. And then to tie it into kind of some of the stuff we talked about earlier in the show with the NFL and the Jets and everything else with the Aaron Glenn stuff, it's in this market especially, because of just how much we dissect everything and how dialed in the fan bases are and the media is and the sports talk radio, you got to be careful what you say sometimes too, man. The idea that I would point to one of the bigger missteps that he's made that's taken the fan base and completely turned them against him outside of the results is the defensive run saves crap with the Pete Alonso stuff.
Right.
You can't turn around. You can't use that, which is a fair criticism. Pete was a good first baseman. Was he great? No. He's not Keith Hernandez like you said the other day, but he wasn't, you didn't feel like he was that bad, but you wanted to point to defensive run saves. You better make sure the person that you bring in is an upgrade. And that hasn't even been close to the case at first base. Been the complete opposite. What are you reading right now?
I'm reading some of that because you brought up Pete Alonso. He was talking somewhere, and he was talking about the Mets on what it's been like adjusting for a new team in Baltimore. And he said, even though, yes, I technically played for one team, you can argue that I haven't because I had 2 owners, 5 managers, however many front offices and coaches. So just because it's the same uniform and the same colors doesn't mean it's the same team.
Yeah, I think that speaks to some of the turbulence that was going on inside that clubhouse.
I think I'm not paying attention to what you're saying. I'm not Dave.
Well, but if you're reading something, it's hard to have a conversation with you.
No, I was listening to every word you said. I was trying to, like I said.
Right, but listening and engaging in the conversation are two different things. You're having a Dave moment.
I wasn't going to pull a Dave. I wasn't going to do that to you. You know what we're going to do? When we come back, Ray's going to take over, and he's going to give us the outstanding, award-winning Plays of the Week. That is coming up next. DNR, Dan and Rick, ESPN New York.
Hey Yankees fans, gather a group of 10 or more and take advantage of our 2026 Yankees group ticket specials. Whether you're getting together with family and friends, organizing a fundraiser, or entertaining clients, your group will love bonding over the Bronx Bombers. Start planning your 2026 group outings today. Log on to Yankees.com/groups. Call 212-YANKEES or email us at groups@Yankees.com. That's 2026 group tickets. Call 212-YANKEES or visit Yankees.com/groups today.
Calling hard seltzer lovers. Searching for the tastiest seltzer? Look no further. Neutral Vodka Seltzer is absolutely delicious. Made with real vodka and real juice, Neutral keeps it tasty with every sip. With flavors like peach, orange, strawberry, and pineapple, there's something for everyone. Neutral. Keep it tasty. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Anheuser-Busch. Neutral flavored vodka and carbonation. 4.5% alcohol by volume. St. Louis, Missouri.
Summer's here. People are outside walking more, traveling, going to games, barbecues, the beach, just enjoying life. But if you have joint pain, sciatica, or back pain is still holding you back, you don't have to live like that. I'm Bart Scott, and Dr. J. Shaw at Sandwell Pain is the real deal. Ivy League trained, double board certified with non-surgical treatments that get real results. No cuts, no downtime, no pain medications, just a smart, targeted approach that gets you moving again. Same day or next day appointments are available. Go to SandwellPain.com. Don't let pain steal your summer.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of New Jersey is offering buy one, get one, 50% off windows and doors, and no payments, no interest for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See local showroom for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
Zuffa Boxing makes its New York City debut on Sunday, July 26th with a double main event featuring hometown favorites Edgar Berlanga and Richardson Hitchens in separate bouts. Live from the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden. Enter for your chance to win tickets on the ESPN New York app. Berlanga takes on Stephen Butler in a 10-round super middleweight showdown, while Richardson Hitchens faces Ricardo Salas in a 12-round welterweight contest. Don't miss this huge night of boxing. Brought to you by Madison Square Garden. Enter to win tickets now on the ESPN New York app.
Dan and Rick DNR, ESPN New York. Finishing up an outstanding week of shows. I mean, just like award-winning week of shows, and you're going to hear a lot of that coming up here in just a few with Ray's Plays of the Week. Speaking of Rick, and I know Ray saw this because we were talking about it during the break. Did you see the clip of Jalen Brunson in the city? It was, I guess, from the other day when it was pouring out, and he was leaving a building, getting into a car, and, like, there was the mob of people outside. They all put up their umbrellas, like, in unison to shield Jalen from the rain. It reminded me of, Ray, remember Spider-Man 2?
Careful,
with the
he's
train?
a hero.
Yeah, careful, he's a hero, when they all, like, carried him off the thing. It's amazing the status this guy has elevated to.
He is the king of New York.
He brought us a championship, man.
I mean,
he's getting custom championship belts from WWE, shirts, you name it.
It's not even there's not even a close second right now, right?
Right now?
Yeah.
No, there's not.
I mean, it was Judge.
Not even close.
At the moment, no. I mean, there's no one close because he just did. I mean, go through the list of things that he did. I mean, the idea he left $113 million on the table. And then just delivered you one of the greatest runs in NBA history, culminated a Knicks 5 win over Wemby and the Spurs, and oh, by the way, in the Eastern Conference Finals, hurt his wrist and now had to get surgery, which he battled through. I mean, you can't write it up. Like, you can't write it as good as it turned out.
Did anything happen from that WWE thing, Ray? Because I was away. Like, did anything come of it? Was there anything like fugazi from it or whatnot?
Well, I mean, it's wrestling, so
I know it's wrestling. But I mean,
he had a couple nice choke slams. He got a belt. Roman Reigns gave him
Cat. That's right. I saw Cat.
Cat
that was good.
had probably the best choke slams by a non-wrestler that I've ever seen. But
got
again,
some help.
Yeah, he definitely had some. Well, again, the guy has to sell it, right?
Yep.
But Cat, he came into the ring. He's the big 7-foot guy, so he does the Kevin Nash step over the top rope thing. He looked pretty good. He looked pretty natural, I got to tell you.
I did see those Cat clips. He was good.
Jalen's bit was Roman Reigns giving him the custom belt, acknowledged the King of New York, and then Tyrese Halliburton interrupted, along with Seth Rollins, and that got interesting.
And then you also had
you got to bring the foil.
You also had that little rat that's in Washington now. Try to rip the Jalen Brunson jersey.
Trae Young.
Trae Young.
Yeah.
Well, see, Hallie knows how to actually be a villain. Trae Young he's getting his rocks off with the thing that happened 5-6 years ago and still trying to play it up. And hey, listen, if you're gonna go all that route, actually rip the jersey. Actually,
Trae
rip
Young.
it.
I mean, dude, like you're in like NBA Siberia. I know the Wizards have improved. But
I hope the chant will stop now because I'm tired of it.
Yeah, it's done. It's permanent. It should have
been done years ago.
100%. Good week, everybody. Seriously. Have a great weekend, everyone. We did the weather report. We told you it's going to be outstanding. Get outside. Have some fun. Rick, Ray, Harvey, great job. I'll talk to you guys mañana. Back on the Saturday show at 9 a.m. But right now, it's time for Raymond Santiago and the plays of the week.
Raymond, guess what we're going to get into on the other side?
Are the plays.
I want you to guess. And specifically the
Knicks of the week.
That's right. You're good. You win a prize today.
What is the prize? Well, Dan, you were still traveling on Monday, so Ty took the reins along with Rick for that show.
He will go through his list of people's careers that he's launched. Mina Kimes, Chris said, he takes credit for almost everybody in the business at this point.
That's what Dave does. You were touched by a branch on the tree, you're on the tree. And much like the World Cup final featured a master and a protege, not Dave, but somebody else for Ty Butler.
I'm just hoping at some point, like we had the Messi photo pop out. I'm hoping at some point we found like a Nick Wright Ty Butler photo like that.
Yeah, we didn't get that photo. Actually, we did. If you check out, you get Twitter, a great, and I forget who sent it, so I apologize. But it was a beautiful Ty Butler, Nick Wright being bathed photo. Story time with Rick is always fun.
Oh my God, what is that smell?
Yeah, it's a diner he doesn't frequent anymore.
I walk in and I'm like, oh my God, what is that smell? I felt bad because it's this older, late 70s, early 80s. Goes from the stall out the door to the restaurant. I take a quick glance to my right. Buddy went number 2. Little did he realize that number 2 wasn't actually in the toilet. It was all over the wall behind him. Like it was like graffiti art.
Not even the worst part.
He's an older gentleman. Maybe he's dealing with something. Like he's probably like embarrassed, so he's like, whoops, I'm out. I walk out to the restaurant. He's sitting at the booth finishing his breakfast.
Yeah, you know what? I understand why you never went back there. Feud on Monday. Name something that some people refrigerate and some people don't.
How about eggs?
No to the eggs.
There are some people who don't refrigerate their eggs? How do you not refrigerate eggs?
I refrigerate my eggs.
An opportunity for the host to get a little respite.
No, I forgot it.
So
Red Sox. No,
I
don't care for you anymore.
Quite a day for Harvey. And for Ty, actually.
I guess the counter to that would be, what did the Giants have last year? And look what the success they were able to have on offense.
Ty is repressed.
What? Why did
you got a dirty mind right now. This is Cassie. This is Cassie's fault. I can't even blame him.
Yeah. Ty's actually hosting Carlin next, so look forward to his rebuttal to all this, because I'm sure
rebuttal. He had to apologize to his mother how gross he is.
We got to hear what his mom said to that. Dan, you came back on Tuesday. We're promptly interrupted by Carlos Beltran.
He's mowing through the Phillies, 10 punch-outs. It's like, yeah, that's what you want to see. Have him turn his season around.
Human being.
Who's that? Ray, who was that?
That was you.
That was me.
Dan live from the beach.
Can I stop this?
It's still playing. Well, you were absolved because it happened to Don LaGreca later in the day.
Why is there a crack in the screen, Anthony? I'd like to know that.
I don't know. Yeah, but I didn't do anything.
I don't know. You hit something.
They get handsy. Stay away from the mouse.
Well, you pound the desk, and that's what'll happen.
I went like this. I pounded the this.
Yeah, that's what'll happen.
I feel like Harvey's pounded a desk once.
Oh, my God. Back to Dad's vacation.
Love you too.
talking about his reading material.
The Long Game, U.S. Men's Soccer, and its Savage 4-Decade Journey to the Top or Thereabouts by Leander Sherlakens.
So, honey, did you know that the only reason that we made it in 1932 was because there was 13 teams? Honey, when we get home, they'll have some penalties.
Yeah, a lot of reading, a lot of sunbathing, forgetting to put lotion on.
You know what the center of my chest looks like right now, seriously?
I don't care to, no.
It looks like, you know what I look like? I look like Tony Stark.
Ugh.
And whose fault is that?
This right here is a case, and I would marry it all day, every day, probably get it pregnant, hopefully with twins. This is arrogance at its finest.
You put the sunscreen on, buddy.
They had the sunscreen right by the pool or the beach where you could just... Say, I got a Turks, and no wear sunscreen.
Please don't.
I forgot the sunscreen noise. That was funny.
Great job with Buster Olney as usual this week.
You didn't get the best news about Aaron Judge, but you didn't get the worst news about Aaron Judge. I think the hesitancy for Yankees fans is to believe that Brian Cashman is going to be willing to do whatever it would take to get a Mason Miller. Because that's going to, I mean, that's the guy, and that's going to cost you quite a bit prospect-wise.
Such a great question. We'll ask it twice.
Yankees and Brian Cashman, as we've seen in the past, may be a little bit reluctant to part ways with the ballyhooed prospects.
Oh.
Will that be different this time around, i.e., maybe if San Diego comes calling for somebody like a Spencer Jones?
Yeah. At that point, why not just throw in a pregnant pause?
One way or another, they have the ammunition and get it done, and that has not been the case, often, I think, in the last 4 or 5 years.
1, 2, 3.
It's a technical
4,
malfunction,
5,
Ray.
Did we lose Buster?
Yeah, we can't hear him.
There
The
we go.
guy asked the,
Oh, he's still there.
back.
There you go.
Okay. A guy asked the same question right after I asked the question, and the only difference is he threw ballyhooed and IE in. That's it.
The only thing worse is when you take a poorly timed sip of water and it gives you almost as much dead air.
He's dwarfed that in business.
Destroyed it.
Dwarfed it.
Yep. Was that the time that you take a sip of water?
Why would you do that?
You think that was the time?
Or maybe name a obscure World Series MVP?
And Ray Knight. And Corey Seager. Jorge Soler.
Why not just go? Give all the names.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Dustin Byfuglian.
Yes, I know you did that on purpose.
Should we challenge?
Can we please?
Did his toe touch the base? The bases are bigger now.
Yeah. I'll close the week with some Friday nastiness.
Did you cats do something?
There it is, 7:21 in the morning, cashing those tickets.
Oh, we're not done.
I was just wondering. I mean,
You're gonna stay for this segment, or you're gonna check out again?
Wow.
It's gonna be tough to follow up Raymond, but I'm not sure.
Is it really?
Yeah. Wow.
You're on one today, man.
I'm getting text messages from people that say, I wish someone pulled the fire alarm during that roast.
That was rude. But then you get worse.
Do your cats have cell phones? There's no way. I mean, you don't have friends that would text you. Tell your mom I said hi.
That was really bad, man.
Harvey wouldn't associate himself with a bald cat. You're probably all fur and nasty.
My God.
You brought it back, Ray.
Great week, boys. Thank you so much.
It was a good week.
We'll talk to you on Monday.
A lot of laughs, a lot of fun. Hey, Rico, have a good weekend, buddy. Love you. What do you got?
I got no excuses. Play like the Knicks. It's DiPietro Grassa.
Cats with cell phones.
Right here on ESPN New York and on YouTube. Can I get wet quick?
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Miller time. People think it just happens, but that's not true.